is your new moon oracle reading evening. We're doing a celebration of this new moon in Taurus. It's a very powerful, very wonderful new moon. It's actually one of the nicest new moons of the new moon cycles that there can be. The moon is exalted in the sign of Taurus, which means that it's a very, very good place for it to be. It expresses itself well through the sign of Taurus. It is an excellent time, guys, to start manifesting, to start planting those seeds that will come full circle, especially when we head into the full moon in Taurus, and that will be during our Scorpio time later this year. So anything that you put into motion now is very likely to bear fruit in the future, especially getting into that October-November time. We have a really powerful week, not only with the new moon in Taurus, but also with Jupiter moving into the sign of Pisces this week. Very interesting. I was reading some articles today about the movement of Jupiter into Pisces. And, no matter how long you've been doing astrology, there's just things that you may, kind of forget or kind of slip your mind. And so something that I read in this article today reminded me that, yes, Jupiter in the old days, before the discovery of Neptune, used to be considered the ruler of Pisces. And so, very interestingly enough, when Jupiter slips into the sign of Pisces, it is actually going home in a lot of ways. It's a very interesting dynamic. Jupiter is now considered the ruler only of Sagittarius, and Neptune is considered, of course, the ruler of Pisces, which of course makes more sense. But before the discovery of Neptune, Jupiter was considered the ruler of both Sagittarius and Pisces. So having that association makes it even more powerful. For the last several years, Jupiter has been moving along in Saturnian signs, Capricorn and Aquarius, which are both, traditionally Saturn ruled. So having it move into the sign of Pisces is actually really powerful, because it really takes it home again. It takes it to a place that it functions really strongly and really well. So I'm actually really excited about that. So everyone, good to see you out there in the chat. Great to see so many people already jumping on for the live. Hey there, Krista. Thank you for being here, my sweetheart, my goat, my loyal Capricorn girl. Good to see you, Keith. It's been a minute. It's been a minute since I've seen Keith. He's a friend of mine all the way out in Seattle, in Yakima, in Washington State. Yakima is actually a little bit a drive from Seattle, but yeah, that's good to see you. Hey, Justin, my fellow dragon man. Hey, Markers. We got, and Ian, we got a lot of Taurus folks in here tonight. I think, yeah, Keith, Mark, Ian, y'all are all Taurus folks. So we do have a lot of bulls in here. Very, very nice. Yeah, hey, Eric, good to see you. Hey there. Oh my gosh, lots of good people here tonight. Thank you, everyone, for being here. So tonight, what I'm going to be doing, guys, is we're going to take a look at our chart. We're going to look at where the planets are stationed right now around this Taurus new moon. I'm definitely feeling this one because, the sun and the moon with the new moon in Taurus, they're both at 21 degrees of Taurus. And my Jupiter is at 21 degrees of Taurus in my personal chart. So I was like, okay, this is like a powerful, awesome day or couple days for me. So I'm definitely going to be doing some big time manifesting work. I took a really good detoxing, purifying sea salt bath. And so, yeah, I mean, I'm feeling this one, and it feels very positive, very, very good. A reason that the Taurus new moon is so excellent for manifestation, for one thing, yeah, the moon is exalted in the sign of Taurus. It's one of the best places for the moon. I was actually just talking about this the other night, that I feel like almost everyone in my life that is like, that really like we're like stuck together like glue is a Taurus moon in their personal chart. It's pretty interesting, actually, that I have that connection with the Taurus moon people. But the reason that this is such a great manifesting moon, not only it's like the new moon is when we really begin that forward progress. You know, once the moon goes full, that's like the completion of the cycle. And so as it's waning for those 2 weeks, you know, it's like letting it go, turning things loose, you know, releasing stuff. And then when we come to that new moon, it's about bringing good things back in. It's about going forward in the direction of our dreams. And Taurus energy is all about planting stuff. Taurus energy is very strongly aligned, I think, the most, honestly, with Mother Earth. Cancer would be a close second to that mothering, nurturing, earthy energy. When I think of Taurus, I think of the Empress in the tarot, the Hierophant in the tarot. These are solid, grounded, stable energies. They move at their own pace, for sure, just like the garden growing. But they're all about planting intentions, putting things in the ground for the future, and also enjoying the fruits of your labor. That is a big thing that I was reading about too with that new moon in Taurus energy. It's a definite moon of pleasure, enjoyment, basking in good things, right? You know, and so I would say that as this new moon in Taurus comes full circle, some good questions to ask are, how much do you allow yourself pleasure? How much do you allow yourself joy and the enjoyment of some of those tangible things? Obviously, you know, Taurus can be a very hedonistic sign. Like, they tend to do things to excess, sort of like Scorpio. They tend to overeat, overindulge, overdo things, right? It's really easy for Taurus to do that because they are the most heightened of the senses of the zodiac. They really are. Like, they feel things, they taste things, they smell things on a whole other level. They're very, very tactile. And so with that Taurus energy, it's really encouraging us to enjoy life, enjoy the goodness and the abundance of life. If you've worked really hard for something and you finally have achieved it or attained it, it's like, give yourself a freaking minute, you know, to enjoy it. Because, you know, I would say that, like, with Capricorn energy, we're an earthy sign, but we're ruled by Saturn. And so we tend to deny ourselves enjoyment and pleasure and happiness in a lot of ways. And so I would say that, you know, Taurus energy is really encouraging us to actually enjoy it. Take a day or two to just, you know, have a good time, eat some good food, take that long bubble bath, burn your nice scented candles, eat that chocolate, whatever it is. If you have a sweetheart, spend some sensual lovemaking time. I mean, these are the things that fall under the realm of Taurus. Get out in the garden, you know, enjoy the flowers. Go to a garden or a botanical garden and enjoy, you know, the earthy sensuality and abundance that nature has on display. So those are the things that really come under that energy and that time. Good to see you, Yu. So happy to have you in the chat. Good to see you too, David. Yeah. All right, so let's see what we've got in the astrology chart. I'm just going to show you how this actually looks here on paper, because it's always fun to see that when we're talking about it. So here it is, guys. There's Pisces. Hey, it's ethereal. Hey, I like that name, Pisces, please. All right, so here we go. Right here is our sun sign in the sign of Taurus, 21 degrees. Here is our new moon in the 21-degree sign of Taurus as well. So you can see that when we have a new moon, if you're ever looking at a chart, guys, if it happens to be your personal chart or anything else, if you see the sun and the moon sitting right next to each other like that in the same degree, then you know it's a new moon, because that's what it looks like. I was actually born in a new moon, sun and moon both in Capricorn, and they sit right side by side like that in my chart. So it's always interesting to learn that, you know, is that when we see the sun right here, the little circle with the dot, and we see the little moon, there's the little crescent, they're both in the sign of Taurus. That's the Taurus symbol right there. Our little circle with our little bull horns, that's our Taurus symbol, and they're both at 21 21 degrees of that sign. So that's how you know the moon is new, because it's right next to the sun and it's not creating, you know, any kind of aspect, right? That's what gives it the new moon. That's why it's a dark moon, or a black moon as it's often called as well. We do have Uranus. Look at this, guys. So it's almost not a conjunction, but a conjunction is when two things are 10 degrees or less apart. So at 11 degrees of Uranus, we do have a wide conjunction to the sun, because Uranus is also in the sign of Taurus, and that is a long transit. That's going to be there for at least another 5 years, give or take a little bit. And so, you know, Uranus energy is very electric. It's Aquarius energy. It's revolutionary. It's radical, changes the status quo, shakes things up a little bit, and brings us back to our authentic self. So I think that in a lot of ways, this Taurus new moon, the fact that it's all connected with this Uranian energy, is really bringing in a bit of a revolution for the way that we put down our roots. And it's really making sure that our roots and our stability center is very authentic to ourselves. This could also be changing things around our resources, money. Some people may be leaving a job, going towards a new job, signing up for something new, looking a different way at the way that they, you know, manage their resources. All of that kind of thing comes in. So there's a lot of shifting, a lot of changing. So if you really want to find out, you know, where this is affecting you the strongest personally, check your personal chart. Whatever area of your chart is at 21 degrees of Taurus is where this is going to hit. So I think it's really, like I was saying, in my personal natal chart, I have Jupiter and Taurus down here in the soul line. That's where I have it. And so the sun and moon being in 21 degrees of Taurus is like a real power cluster for me, because it piles up on top of my Jupiter. It trines my sun and my moon, and it feels, I'm going to tell you, it feels really nice. It feels really, really nice. So I'm going to try to enjoy it for a few days at least. And that's what I would say. So this is where this is activating. Anytime we're talking about transits or movements in any of our planets, if you want to know how that's affecting you on a very personal level, check that out. You got to do your natal chart. You got to get your time of birth and all that info. And there's plenty of free, you know, sites that you can enter that information in, and then you'll find out where those particular degrees are. So it's going to give you a lot of info, a lot of wisdom. So I also love that right now, you know, check it out. We've got Venus and Mercury are both in the sign of Gemini. We got a lot of little Gemini action rocking. We definitely have Venus in that ingress of Gemini now. So this is very, very positive as far as communication goes. I think that there's going to be a lot of messages, a lot of information, a lot of things to work out, you know, mentally and intellectually over this next 2 weeks, because the new moon cycles last about 2 weeks. That's how long they last until we build up to the full moon. So very exciting. It'll be a Sagittarius full moon. And this is also the last new moon cycle before we start our lunar eclipse season. Our lunar eclipse season starts with this coming full moon of the month at the end of the month. That's going to be a lunar full moon eclipse in Sagittarius. So that's going to be good. We also do have the support of Mars. I like this. I actually look at this. I'm digging it. So here's Mars at 11 degrees of the sign of Cancer right here. And it's creating these nice little sextiles directly to Uranus right now. Sextiles are positive alignments between planets, and they open up doors of opportunity. So there's a lot of opportunity for action, especially when it comes to the future. A lot of action for the future. Very, very exciting there. So definitely, guys, this is a couple of weeks ahead where, you know, there's a lot. It's like a hub of activity. It may feel a little overwhelming, so I definitely recommend making lists. I've been doing that. I started last night. I was like, I'm making a list. Because if you don't, you're likely to not get everything done or to not prioritize, because there's going to be a lot of intellectual energy. And here we go. There's our Jupiter right there. Jupiter, 29 degrees Aquarius. In just 2 days, guys, he's shifting on up into Pisces. Going back home for a little bit. Going back home for a little bit before it goes retrograde at the end of retrograde and goes back into Aquarius in July. So A lot of powerful stuff going on right now, y'all. I'm feeling it. I am feeling it. I love it. It's making me happy. I got a lot to do. I am like, I feel so overwhelmed sometimes, right? And right now I feel kind of overwhelmed. I've got so many things, and that's a Capricorn thing. That's such a Capricorn thing. We've always got so many darn irons in the fire, and we're always working at something. And so, oh, for me, it's just making sure that I address all my stuff, all my stuff. Well, in a Jupiter retrograde, Miss Pisces, we do experience, you know, it's, I wouldn't say that I would freak out too much about those larger planets. Now, all the planets from Jupiter all the way through Pluto, so that would be Jupiter, Saturn, Uranus, Neptune, and Pluto. All 5 of those guys will go retrograde for about 5 months out of the year, which means they are direct for the rest of the 7 months. So that's a normal pattern. We're rather used to it because it happens every year. All those planets outside of the asteroid belt are direct for 7 months, retrograde for about 5, give or take a little bit. And so when you have one of those planets go into retrograde, you will feel maybe a little bit of hibernation around those areas. I would say that, you know, Jupiter retrograde makes us kind of pull in and re-examine our big, bold plans for the future and how we're expanding. And to make sure that our goals are realistic as well as optimistic. Because the thing that happens with Jupiter, it's the great benefactor, right? It's the great expander. And it tends to exaggerate things quite a bit. So, you know, whatever sign that Jupiter is in, is where you really excel, expand, find a lot of good luck, but it's also the area that you're, you know, prone to exaggeration or overdoing things. Experiencing Jupiter in the sign of Pisces, no doubt, is going to expand a lot of people's psychic intuition and perceptions, but it also gives rise to a lot of like false prophets, you know, guru type scam people, you know, that are really just pulling the wool over people's eyes spiritually. So you have to kind of, you know, balance that out a little bit, right? You got to figure out what's really true from who is just selling you a line. So that's something you'll experience. And yeah, with a Jupiter retrograde, it is very much about re-examining our big plans, big goals for the future, making sure that they're realistic. And, you know, it's like we may have big dreams during a Jupiter in Pisces transit. You know, we're really thinking about, you know, just really shooting for the stars, which is actually very positive. Jupiter used to be considered the ruler of Pisces before the discovery of Neptune. So when Jupiter goes into Pisces, it's actually a very positive place for that planet to be. So it will feel good. It will feel good, but you got to make sure that the, you know, the dreams and the hopes and the plans that you have also have a grounded, manifest energy. And that's why this Taurus energy is very helpful for us right now. That's why it's a great time to make those lists. It's a great time to, you know, ground those intentions, because that gives us our practical side. And, you know, Taurus energy is very supportive to Pisces because they create the sextile as well. Sextile is that aspect that creates opportunity. It creates more options coming in. It gives you a lot of different things that you can decide or do. Yeah, it takes you through those doorways. Definitely feels like portal energy for me, you know, a bit of a doorway, which, you know, is always good. It's taking us to another level, and I think it's really all about making our dreams and our wishes and our hopes, all that good stuff, become more tangible and manifest, and gives us more reality-based attitudes towards, you know, bringing it about. Yeah. I'm just enjoying it for a minute. I'm just enjoying it for a minute because, you know, Capricorns, we don't take time out to enjoy things very much because we're like, we gotta go work. We gotta work. We got stuff to do. But the new moon as well, you know, especially this evening, I highly recommend if you want to take a sea salt bath or burn some sage or do anything that kind of clears out the energy, you know, that's a really good time for it. I lit my candle tonight. This is good things are coming. Yes, because good things are in the works, guys. This is a 2-week period of great manifestation. And even if you don't, say that you don't get everything done in 2 weeks, it's a lot, it's a lot going on, and 2 weeks isn't that much time. But the things that you intend, the intentions that you set, the goals that you write down, and you say, I want to manifest this in the future. It's like planting a seed, during that Taurus new moon. It is. It's very much about like it's that 7 of Pentacles in the tarot, right? She's planting the seed, waiting for the harvest. The seeds that you plant during a new moon and Taurus cycle are really golden, and they have a very good chance of going somewhere. It's a very, very nice time, whether you're planning a literal garden or a metaphorical garden in your mind or in the world. It is a wonderful time for that. So let's go ahead. I am excited, guys. Let's start with our sweetgrass. We're gonna burn some of that tonight, as I hear my birds outside singing away. We got so much good bird action right now. We really do. Lots of new baby birds fledging out all over the place. I'm very happy about that as well. I'm a big bird watcher. All right, so let's get that sweetgrass going. Get the dragon fires burning. And yeah, let's get a little sage on this too for the cleansing. I love the dark moon because I was born in one. I was born in a new moon cycle, so I'm really a fan of it. Like, my energy comes up way good. You can find that out too. Like, if you've got the sun opposite the moon in your personal chart, that means you were born in a full moon. You can see what moon phase you were born in by looking at your astrology chart. It gives you a lot of info. If you're born in a waning moon, you do really well in waning moons, and you do really well at, releasing and helping other people release and purge. If you're born in a waxing moon cycle, you're good at that sort of earthy progress and building things up. So it really gives you a good energy. For me, being born in a new moon or a dark moon, it's really about initiation and bringing things to birth. And, I love that. I love that feeling. The waxing moon. Yes, the Cheshire Cat moon. I always say that to Ethereal. I always say that too when I see that little smiley crescent moon. I was like, there's the kitty cat smile. A lot of mountain bluebirds. Oh, Keith. Those are so beautiful. Those mountain bluebirds are absolutely gorgeous. Oh my goodness. Yes. Yes, yes. Yep. Yeah, you can Google the phase that your moon was in on your birthday. Really fun. There was a site once that I looked at where they will make like a pendant with the moon phase on it of how the moon looked when you were born. But mine wasn't very exciting because I was born in a new moon. So it's like, no moon. I was like, wait, I don't get one. It's like, where is it? Oh my goodness. Blueberry finches, leprechaun bluebirds. Wow, blueberry finch. I'm going to have to look that up. It's okay, Pisces. We can read through it. We can read through it. We can decide. I speak Pisces. I speak Pisces. Pisces-ese. All right, so these are the forks that I'm going to use tonight. I'm going to use the Earth, the Moon, and Venus, because the Moon is in an Earth element, Venus-ruled sign. I will tell you, these forks sound a little discordant together. The tones don't really they're a little bit funky in the sound, but they're still good. They're still good. It just doesn't sound quite as in technical harmony to our ear. So let's go ahead and tune into these planetary energies. right, y'all. Yeah, David's my Baltimore leprechaun. Me and David both got the Capricorn Baltimore connection. I think that's really funny. Yep, we got that Capricorn Baltimore connection. Old Balto. Oh my goodness. All the days I've spent up there. Yep. Are they always after your Lucky Charms, David? Always after me, Lucky Charms. Yep. I think that's funny, actually. They call Baltimore Charm City. They call it that. Considering how much crime happens in Baltimore, I don't know if it's all that charming. It's always been like that. It's always been high crime. Yeah, it always has been. Stuff has happened up there to my family members, absolutely. But they do call it Charm City. I think that's pretty funny. It's magically delicious. That's right, Gwen. Oh my gosh. They're always messing around with them marshmallows. I need some, yeah, they're trying to soften the blow. I believe it. I believe it. They're like, oh, it's awesome as long as you don't walk down this street and that street and that street. It's like, yeah, Baltimore is one of those places that's like, you have to be careful because you could be like in a really good spot 1 minute, and then if you just go down like the wrong street, you're in like a place where you can get mugged. Yeah. Growing a Lucky Charms bush. You planted marshmallows. That's good. That sounds like something a Taurus would do. Tricks have no shapes anymore. Tricks are for kids and we grew up. I know. Have you noticed that? Wow. Y'all cracking me up. Yes, Vegas can definitely be the same way. Yeah, there's places like that. Atlanta, Atlanta's decent. There are some places you want to avoid, but it's not horrible here. It's not horrible. Just use your common sense. Yeah. Now we are stuck with Fruit Loops. Have you seen that meme with the cat? The big fat cat who's staring up at the bowl of Fruit Loops on the counter? That's a good one. Yeah. And he says, brother, can you spare me some loops? Yep. That's right. Yeah, that's exactly. Yeah, I'd agree. Look up the Fruit Loop cat meme. It's funny. It's hilarious. There's been so many like variations made of that where the cat's like this big chubby cat, he's looking up at the counter with the Fruit Loops sitting on the kitchen counter, and it says, brother, can you spare some loops? Yeah, it's a thing. I mean, and it happens like anywhere you are. You just have to really watch people. I'll tell you. You have to watch people. That's why I try to carry a sword everywhere I go. Not everywhere you can carry a sword. They won't let you, but I always feel like telling them, trust me, if anything bad happens, you want me around here with my sword. You'll appreciate the protection I can provide. Keith, he knows about the loops. Loops! The loops cat, yes. All right, guys, so let's start out. We're going to start with Aries. We're just doing oracle cards tonight. We're not doing tarot cards tonight. So we're just getting into some oracle energies. Keeping it kind of light, kind of, you know, kind of positive tonight. We don't want to get too heavy on these. Because we can get heavy on them, you know we can. They might get heavy anyway. So let's start with our Aries, folks. Aries, good to see you. Hope you're doing good out there. Sending lots of love to my Aries moderator, Moonchild. I have not heard from her, and I hope she's doing okay. We love her very, very much here. So let's see what we've got. Manifesting for Aries. What is the best thing to set your intentions towards over this next 2 weeks, starting out with this new moon and Taurus energy? Let's see what's happening. Let's see what's happening for Aries, please. Dear angels, divine beings of light, guardians and ancestors, show us what you got for our beautiful Aries. Empowerment. I like this. So this is your big key, guys. Aries, the big key of manifestation is empowerment. And so if you are empowered yourself and you work to do that, you work on that self-esteem, self-confidence, feeling empowered to go in the direction of your dreams, that's going to give you a lot of good success. That's going to get you started out on the right foot. We're going to get into some our 2 lunar-based oracle cards tonight. I'm going to start out with the Moonology deck. And we're going to get 3 on this to start, which we will clarify with the Queen of the Moon Oracle. Yeah. Oh, wow. I like all of these. Okay, so we're starting out with the supermoon energy. And our last full moon was a supermoon here, Aries. Very strong. So emotions running high. I do feel like a lot of my Aries folks are going through some big stuff. Like their emotions are right at the surface. Things are coming up very, very strongly for them. They're feeling a lot. That's what I really get a sense of, is Aries folks are really feeling things on a strong level. And of course, Aries, you know, in your universal chart, this Taurus energy is hitting that 2nd house. So it's really bringing up all the elements of what's true to you, what's true to your resources, what's true to your value system. Where do you want to root? Where do you want to ground? Where do you want to expand? Let's get a clarifier on the supermoon card, please. Boundaries, yes. And I think that that's a big thing for my Aries too right now, is emotions are running high, and there's also this need to put up healthy boundaries. This could be, I know for a lot of my Aries folks, they are dealing with a lot of stuff going on with the home, with family dynamics. And so, you know, it's like there's a lot of Aries right now, you know, that are living with their families, living with friends, and it's kind of tough. Like it's not a bad thing, but it's not easy either. And so it's like there's this real need to put up boundaries, because when your emotions are running really high and you're feeling, you know, run really thin, it's easy to snap, it's easy to blow up, it's easy to have people step on your toes. And so putting up some healthy boundaries is very, very important energetically, whether that means you just need to take some time off from being around them, you know, take some time to just go do your own thing and blow off steam and just, you know, recalibrate, meditate. Meditation is important to kind of keep that stuff in check. Exercise is good to keep that stuff in check because it helps to release a lot of that energy. Right in the center, we've got what do you need to release? So Aries, I feel like all this stuff is coming up very strongly. The supermoon energies, all those emotions are coming up. And it's saying, what do you need to release? And so that's that waning moon energy. You may feel this even stronger after we get past the end of this month, right? Because that's that waning moon. That's the release. That's the letting things go. But I think it's very interesting because, you know, it's like when that supermoon card starts it out and the emotions are coming up to the surface, it's like that hydraulic press. It's like bringing it all up so that you know what you've got to release. You know exactly what you need to let go of right now. And the realization. Yeah, I think for a lot of my Aries, maybe you guys, you know, we're just really kind of feeling like, I'm not sure what it is I need to release. I'm not sure exactly what it is that I need to let go of to go to the next level. But this is helping you to realize those things, Aries. It's helping you to walk through that keyhole, that door, that path, right? And realize the next step of your journey. In the end of this is the end of this 2-week cycle. We have faith in your dreams, which I think is interesting. We go from the waning moon to the waxing moon. So Aries, ultimately, it's really telling you, don't give up on your goals. Have faith in what you really truly believe in and what you really want to manifest. You may be going through some very high emotions. You may need to work on self-empowerment in a positive way, because Aries, you are definitely this balance. On the negative side, you can become selfish and, you know, impulsive, and the temper can run really high and you blow up, and it's kind of negative. On the positive side of that, you are such a sign of embracing healthy self-empowerment and love and protection. And so that's where we want this energy to go. That's how we want it to be manifested, is for you to become self-empowered, to put down healthy boundaries without a lot of drama or fuss, and just say, here's what I need, here's what I want. Because if you blow up at people, they don't tend to respond as well. And honestly, when you're feeling more self-empowered, when you're feeling more confident about yourself, and you're feeling confident about where you really want to go, you're going to come across with much more calm, much more wisdom, much more clarity of intention. And so what you really are manifesting is the beauty of your goals, right? It's like, it's really about feeling good from the inside out. You may be beautifying your surroundings. You may be planting a garden. You may be renovating a house. You may be working on yourself. You know, there's some things that you're really doing that are creating a more aesthetic experience for you on the whole here, which is really nice. So next I am going to present you, this is our little interactive section of your reading. I'm using the Divine Doors. I love this little deck. It's a little mini deck called Divine Doors, and it is all these different doors, and each one has a message behind it. So I'm going to show you 3 of these, Aries. You can choose which one you feel the most drawn to personally. This is going to give you just a little bit of a more personal angle on your read. But all of the doors are meant for you. Like, all of them are yours, but one of them may feel a little stronger. So here is door number 1. There's door number 2, and there is door number 3. So just take a moment, Aries, to look at those doors, see which one feels the most attractive or energetically synchronized with you. Sometimes it's not even the one that looks the prettiest to you. It's just about, you know, what feels right. What feels right. So Aries, let's start out. For those of you who chose door number 1, this would be door number 1. This is the 1111. Ooh, so we've got some synchronicity, soulmate, twin flame energy coming behind that door. Numbers in doubles, synchronicity into don't hold back your love now. Life is meant for you. Okay, so there's a very nice card for you guys. Right in the center, for those of you who chose door number 2, the message on this one is silent skill, silent skill. So this one says, I challenge you to unpack your mind. In meditation's grace, the soul can unwind. Breathe in, breathe out, let go of doubt. Nice, very nice. And for those of you who chose number 3, Aries, that one is the distant dream card, the distant dream. The distance calls your heart to roam free. As you dare dream it, so must it be. Ooh, Aries. I feel this is a nice energy. There's a lot of synchronization. For some of you, there's some really powerful relationship energy coming through. This is also telling you to, yes, meditate more, unpack your mind, like we said earlier. And then, yes, the distant dream, because I do feel like this is a time to very much identify what it is that you want to manifest. You're really, really sorting that out. If you already know what it is, it's going to grow. It's going to start taking root. But I think if you don't know what that is just yet, it's going to become aware. You're going to become aware of it. You're going to realize it. So let's get one making magic affirmation on this. And the fairy magic is coming through for you, Aries. So respectfully work with the fairies and elementals to achieve your goals. So definitely get in touch with the earth with this Taurus new moon. It's a very positive time for that anyway, for all of us. So definitely for you. Indeed. What a nice reading, guys. That was a good one. Empowerment is your key, Aries. If you've been feeling down, or you've been feeling sad, or feeling kind of blue about yourself, it's time to shift that up and around. All right, Taurus, let's see what's coming up for you. This is our big Taurus new moon celebration. The sun and moon in the sign of the bull and the cow. Definitely a powerful full moon for Taurus, new moon for Taurus, I should say. Very, very nice. Very nice energy coming in for you. Very much directly hitting you straight up in that first house of the identity. So Taurus, let's see what we have got for you. What is this new moon activating? What is the big, best focus of your manifestations, intentions, goals, desires, your angels, beings of light, ancestors, and guides? Show us what we have for Taurus, for their special new moon and Taurus energy. What do they need to work to manifest? How is this playing out for them? Nice. Very nice. Compassion. So compassion is your key of manifestation for this new moon in Taurus. Really being compassionate, forgiving with yourself, compassionate, forgiving with the world. Boy, does it need it. That's for sure. I'm also getting a bit of a Mother Earth energy from this card. Absolutely. Putting the hands, it almost feels like doing Reiki for the planet. It really does. It's like a healing for the planet. A healing for yourself and for each other. So that is absolutely gorgeous. Let's get into your lunar cards. Let's start out with 3 from the Moonology deck, please, for our Taurus folks. Let's see what they've got coming up for their new moon. Nice. Very nice. Liking this already. So Taurus, I would say that in the direct energy, like tonight, you know, tomorrow, here we go. We've got the void of course moon. Nothing will come of the situation. So I would say this is a time to not push the river. Don't force things into being. Relax a little bit. Void of course moons are when the moon is between signs and the energy isn't very strong to push forward. So I would say, Taurus, take a little relaxation for yourself today and tomorrow, especially. You know, chill out a little. If you've been really pushing things hard, if you've been working too much, if you've been just running yourself ragged, it's time to just relax, especially over this next 2 weeks when you notice that there's a lull in the energy, or you just don't have the you know, the oomph to get something going. Take some rest, take a nap. Anytime that you can get a little downtime is okay with me. Yeah, the long night moon right here, the darkness, right? Yeah, this is definitely a relaxation time. This is the full moon of the winter, you know, down in that December time. So to me, this is really just, you know, taking a little bit of a time out. It's stillness, it's solitude, peace, meditation. Sometimes it's a little bit of the dark night of the soul. Taurus, you might be really kind of confronting some shadow side work for some of you. So hang in there with that. It's going to get better. It's definitely going to get better, but you may feel very much, I feel like that song, I'm looking at the man in the mirror, you know, it's really, it's a little bit of that, because with the new moon in your own sign, the sun in your own sign, you're really feeling that, you know, looking at both sides of yourself, the equal and opposite, the sun and the moon, the subconscious and the conscious. Next card coming out is a new romantic cycle begins with the new moon energy of Libra. This is also a Venus ruled sign, just like you. So I do feel that this is greater balance, equilibrium, and harmony being restored. And yes, it may be, you know, a new relationship coming in, or the rebirth of an existing relationship. Very, very nice. So let's see what we've got sitting on top of this new moon in Libra for Taurus. Yes, protection. And so I do feel, you know, The universe is protecting you, and you may feel a little vulnerable in some of these relationships. That's very, very possible. You may be feeling like, oh my goodness, can I really reveal myself to someone else? Can I really open up to someone else? And this is saying, yes, you can. You are protected, or the relationship is protected. You may have felt off and on that, you know, a relationship or something that you're working on is very vulnerable, but this is reminding you that you are more protected than you think you are, Taurus. And I love the outcome card for you guys. Luck is on your side. Another new moon energy. This is Sagittarius. And we are building up to our full moon in Sagittarius in 2 weeks. So I think this is a very, very nice synchronicity. Really brings through this feeling that, you know, more positive energy is on the horizon. Things are turning the corner, right? If they've been very challenging for a while, it's sort of like you're letting go with this cycle, some big stuff. You're letting go of some old things, and you really are embracing some new energies. But it does take a little courage. It does take a little timing. You've got to confront some shadow sides of yourself for sure. But Spirit is really letting you know that you're far more protected than you know, and that these new cycles are definitely, definitely on the horizon for you. And we got the realization card on here. So yes, again, I'm saying stepping from one cycle of being to the next, going through that doorway. I said, you know, when we started this evening, that this energy feels like such a portal to me. I feel like we're entering a new door. We're going to a new level, a new realm of realization. And so to me, this is really, it's not just talking the talk, it's walking the talk. So it's really going through it, because, you know, here's that big door that looks like a keyhole, and you are the key walking through the door to open that up to the future. Very nice. So let's get some divine doors on this for you, Taurus. Let's see what doorways you're opening up. You get to choose from these 3. All of them will be for you, but you may feel a little more drawn to one of them. So let's see what we got for Taurus, please. Nice. I like all of these. These are so pretty. Love these cards. All right, so here we go. There's door number 1. Take a look at that one. Here is door number 2 for you, Taurus. And here is door number 3. So take a peek at those. You may feel more drawn to one of them, but all of them will be for you. So there's number 1, there's number 2, and here's number 3. All right, guys, so let's start with door number 1 for those of you who chose this door. This one says, trust the universe. Oh my goodness, Taurus, trust the universe. Intuition has wandered and led you astray. The timing's not yours, but the universe at play. Have faith and breathe. Door number 2 in the center, for those of you who chose that one, the key is offerings. Offerings. So this one says, abundance unexpected, and see love come around. And for those who chose the last door, number 3, this one is forgive and forget. Ooh, easier said than done, right? A ritual cleansing of pain and lies. Arise and awaken and see a new sunrise. Oh my goodness, Taurus. So this is big. This is really big for you guys. This is really trusting in divine timing, letting go of anything that has been painful for you. There is a lot, like I felt that, you know, there's a lot of this shadow side work, a lot of this cleansing and purification, and then offering gratitude to the universe. Giving what you can to others. You know, you had that key of compassion there. So the more compassion you give to yourself and others, the greater the benefit, the greater, you know, things come back to you. You're just going to feel better. Simple as that. There's a lot of healing that you're capable of through this new moon cycle here, Taurus. So let's get one affirmation from our Making Magic cards on this for you. On target. Look at that. So Taurus, even if you're feeling challenged, even if you're working through some things, because I do feel like you're working through some things, but this is really reminding you to follow your ideal life path. You know, like I said, Uranus, the planet that rules Aquarius, is aspecting this new moon for you. It is sitting right next to the sun. It is in your sign for the next 5 years, Taurus. And so to me, this is about being your very authentic self. And if you're already doing that, if you're already really being true to who you are on the right path. Absolutely. If you haven't quite got there, work on that. Work on being very authentic and very true to who you are. That's the key. And be nice to yourself. Be nice to yourself. Oh my goodness. All right. Good to see you, Jesse. Good to see you. Thanks so much for joining us tonight. All right. Gemini, let's see what we've got for you. Oh my goodness. Gemini, this is definitely a sensitive new moon. It really, really is. It's a sensitive new moon. And I would say that, you know, it's one that's going to be transiting through your 12th house. So if you feel really emotional tonight or tomorrow especially, don't be surprised. This is definitely a time where it's really clearing and cleansing some things out of that house of spirituality and the soul. So let's see what we've got in your cards for this new moon in Taurus. This is going to be about a 2-week transit. But the things that we set as intentions, the things that we focus upon in this next 2 weeks to grow and to manifest will have reverberations all throughout this year, and will especially become more obvious in the next 6 months when we hit the full moon in Taurus. So let's see what we've got for you. We're going to start with one main keyword. What's your key to manifestation here, Gemini? So dear angels, divine beings of light, guardians, and ancestors, please show us our Geminis. What are they bringing through to manifest for this new moon in Taurus, please? Oh, yeah. Look at that. And there's a reason why you're clearing some things out. Look at the new beginnings that are coming through here for you. Like I said, this new moon, something about this energy feels like a real portal. It feels like some doors opening. We see our little new moon crescent here in the distance. We see the sunrise. So this is a really beautiful card. To me, Gemini, if you're clearing some things out, if you're ending some things, or if some things are coming full circle, there's a reason for that, because you're right at the precipice of some big new beginnings, some new doors of opportunity opening up. We see the butterflies here. There's some transformation on the horizon of a situation that you're currently involved in. So let's get into your oracle cards. We're going to be using the Moonology and the Queen of the Moon to clarify those for you this evening. So let's see what kind of path this new moon energy is leading you on here. Yay, Gemini. I like this. This is so great. What an excellent journey this is having you on. So we're starting out with don't let the past hold you back. South node. So the south node in your astrology chart shows your past lives. It shows your past karma. It shows things that you are working through as we go forward into the future, right? And those are the things that many times the universe is trying to get you to put down or leave behind to get you to go to the future. The north node is where we're going. The south node is where we've come from in our astrology chart. That can also give you a lot of insights. Like if you look at your personal chart, Gemini, to see what sign your south node is in, check that out. My south node at birth is in Aries. So I definitely came from like warrior lifetimes, you know. I was a fighter, I was a soldier, things like that. And my north node is in Libra, so it's like I'm going away from the more warrior lifetime to the lifetime of the diplomat and the counselor. It's very interesting. So check out your South Node. What might be holding you back? What might be an old pattern or an old karmic cycle that you need to release around this new moon? It's amazing. And yes, and so, ooh, it's an abundance thing. It's an abundance thing here, Gemini. And our Hunter moon, you know, that's usually the Taurus full moon. And this is the Taurus, the new moon. So 6 months, 6 months. What this is doing, I think, for a lot of you is changing the abundance paradigm. Changing your mentality to one of scarcity or lack, and changing it to one of abundance and prosperity. Woohoo! Gemini. Right in the center, bring more love into the situation. New moon in Aquarius energy. I really love this because this, again, reminds you to love yourself, who you are, authentically you, because Aquarius is all about our authentic self. You know, Uranus, the ruler of Aquarius, is impacting this new moon in Taurus. And so this is very much about setting intentions that are truthful to you, you know, grounding into your authentic self, not the fake self, not the self that other people want you to be, but who you truly are, and loving yourself inside out for that. Yeah, look at this. Oh my goodness, such strong Aquarius energy right in the center of this for you, Gemini. The snow moon purity. The snow moon is the full moon of the Aquarius season, and we've got the Aquarius card here. So Aquarius energy might be a really strong time for you, Gemini. Like around that late January, early February time could be really powerful, or you could be working through something that already initiated during that time of the year. But I would say that it's time to purify yourself. It's time to purge. It's time to let go. It's kind of time to detox anything out of your mind, especially of the mind, because Aquarius energy, Gemini energy is all in the intellect, right? So it's really about purifying those old thoughts, those old habits, those mental habits, and you know how those are. And they can be really tricky. They can be really sneaky, like those thoughts of lack of I'm not good enough, I'm not this enough, and it's like just really being aware of it. We can't stop those thoughts, right? They're gonna come. So it's really just about being aware of them so that you can say, there's my mind doing that thing again. I gotta remind myself, you know, that I am good enough, that I am a good person, that I am, you know, an authentic, unique being, and that what I am is awesome. Don't let that take root, right? It's really about purifying and resetting those thoughts. And look at this. We started out with this, you know, keyword of new beginnings, and look at what's coming up here at the end of the cycle here. A new start is coming. New moon energy, pure straight up, and that's what we're sitting in tonight. So Gemini, I'm loving this reading for you. This one feels very powerful, and very, very direct towards you. Let's get a clarifier on this new moon card for Gemini, please. For a lot of my Geminis, you may feel like something has really come in full circle. I'm just saying, something feels like it's completing. On top of this, we have the worm moon of faith. So have a little faith. This is the full moon of May. This is, oh, actually, no, I apologize. That's the March full moon. That's the Pisces full moon. Yeah, that's what that's about. So have faith in the process. To me, I guess I think of May with this card because she seems like such an empress, such an earth mother. And so it really has that nurturing energy. So anything that you start, anything that you initiate, you got to have faith in those dreams. You know, you may not be able to see them just yet. You may not be able to tangibly hold it just yet, Gemini, but it's in the works. It's in the works, and it's important to have faith in the process. So let's get 3 of our Divine Door cards on this. I feel like that we are definitely going through a bit of a portal here, Gemini. So I'm going to present you with 3 different doors. All of them will be for you. They're all messages for you. But one of them or 2 of them might feel a little stronger to you. So I'm going to show you 3, and then I'll read you the messages on the back. Oh, that's one of my favorite. That's one of my favorite doors. It's just so pretty. All right, number 1. This is the first door, Gemini. So that's number 1. Here's the second one, number 2. I love that blue door. And here is number 3. So Gemini, take a moment, take a look at each one of these. There's number 1, there's number 2, and there is number 3. And one of them might be a little stronger pulling towards you. All right, so let's start out with number 1, Gemini. One of my favorite messages, actually, Jude's song. This is a beautiful card. A reminder, for even the most hopeless of lost cases, you can find peace within the strangest of places. Oh, I love that one so much. For those of you who chose this blue door, door number 2, that one is the art of life, the art of life. There's no sacred light in the aura of life. There's, no sacred light in the aura of life. Be bold in your skin. Let your love dance in sight. So this is definitely saying don't hold back. Don't hide your true self. That was a very clear message in the middle of this one, Gemini. And then for those of you who chose the 3rd card, it simply says yes, yes. Kiss the ground and touch the sky. Your soul is set now, so leap and fly. Yeah. Wow. Very nice messages here. I feel like there's a lot of, with the Jude's song, there's a lot of freedom from old pain and from wounds and things that have just felt really tough. But then there's that very strong affirmation of self and of who you are. This is a strong affirmation of who you are. And really setting a new beginning that helps you to embody that truth. So let's get into a affirmation from our Making Magic cards for you, Gemini. I love it. I love it. Look at this. We've got the air element coming out for you, and you are an air sign, and there was a lot of Aquarian energy on this reading. So this is a lot of air. Work with the air element of air to cut through to the core of the situation and see the truth. See the truth, Gemini. To me, this is all about acknowledging the truth of your authentic soul, yourself, your journey, letting go of things that maybe have held you back in the past. I think that you're releasing a lot of old, self-doubts or doubts about scarcity or lack or not having enough or not being enough. Yeah, those are the things that I really feel are being turned loose of and released during this cycle here, Gemini. It's nice new beginning feeling. And if you haven't started that new beginning just yet, I think it's on the way. I really do. Aw. I'm glad y'all are having a good time. Hey, Amber. Good to see you, honey. Always happy to see my Scorpios out there. Y'all are awesome. All right, Cancer, my moon children of the Zodiac. I hope you guys are doing great. This is the new moon in Taurus. Very supportive, very nice energy for your sign. Absolutely, Cancer. Lunar readings are always great for Cancer, probably more than anyone else because they are ruled by the moon. The auspices of the moon are very important to them. So this is a new moon cycle here, Cancer. We're starting new energies, new progress, setting of intentions, for future manifestations. So let's see what's coming up for you. Dear angels, divine beings of light, guardians, and ancestors, please show us our beautiful Cancer folks. What's coming up for their new moon energies around this Taurus new moon? What will they be manifesting? How best for them to set those intentions going forward? Cancer, it is forgiveness for you. And I know that this is a big one. This is a big one, Cancer. Forgiveness is a huge theme. I would say that Cancer and Capricorn are some of the signs that really hold on to memory the most. As a result, sometimes they can have a hard time letting go of grudges. Because their memories are long. They feel things very deeply. They can take things very personally. And so this is a very positive time for you to release and let go of anything that's been paining you or hurting you. Whether that person knows that you forgave them or not, it's very important to release it, because that is going to help you to move forward into your future. And it really is. It's like a good intention to set, because when you set that down, it's going to free a lot of your energies. So let's get into your oracle reading. I'm going to be using the Moonology and Queen of the Moon Oracle decks. So let's start out with 3 pleas for Cancer. What is their journey? What is their progress being made? What do they need to work on during this new moon in Taurus? Woo, these just want to come flying out. They do. Hee. A lot of new starts. A lot of new starts for folks. This is great. All right, so first card out, big Scorpio energy with this new moon in Scorpio Cancer. It is all about working through your fears, confronting your shadow side, delving into your psychological makeup to heal some things. Oh yes, you may feel some things really coming up to the surface, and whatever those things coming up to the surface are probably the things that need to be forgiven, need to be healed and released. Sometimes that can even be forgiving ourselves, right? If you say, well, there's nobody that's really done anything lately, or nothing I'm really feeling, it might just be forgiving yourself for something, right? That's a big one. But that new moon in Scorpio is definitely about confronting anything that might be holding us back, or things that may need to be healed deep within. So let's clarify this new moon in Scorpio for you. Yeah, big change, big change. I feel these, guys. We got the thunder moon, the time of change, the time of rearranging. To me, I feel a lot of Aquarius energy just in the artwork of this card, because of all that lightning flying around. It really is that intense time of challenge and change. And I do feel that, with this new moon in Taurus, we have the Aquarius ruler, Uranus, aspecting this particular new moon. And so I do feel that there is a lot of change, and what it really is doing is fundamentally digging down into the core of our being to make sure that we are being authentic, true to ourselves, right? Really being who we are. But there is some big change afoot. There's some big shift. There's some big things getting rearranged on a deep psychological level for you, Cancer. Right in the center, your commitment is being tested. Woo, first quarter moon. So this is about building, it's about growing, it's about seeing that sort of like I'm at the halfway point of, realizing some goals and manifesting some dreams. And it's really saying, is it something you really want? Because if it's something you really want, you'll stick with it, right? It's like, this is that halfway point where it's like, you're halfway up that mountain. It's like, do I keep going, or do I just give up and go back home, right? That's the way that feels. So let's get a clarifier on this. Focus. Yeah, and I do feel that, Cancer, if you've got something like that where you're, halfway up that mountain and you're wondering whether to call it a day or to keep going, I think you should keep going, because we've got this focus card, and that is a waxing gibbous moon. It's really focus on your intention, focus on where you want to go, keep your eyes on the prize. I wouldn't give up on it. I wouldn't give up on it. Outcome card is this new moon. It's big new moon. No particular sign attached to it. So this is a big new start coming, big new fresh energies. There's a little bit of similarity to that Gemini reading. It really is. There's a feeling of that where you've really had to let some things go, or some things are being put down. They had the same card in the same position too. The same new moon card. I love that new moon card. I do. That's a gorgeous one. That just feels like fresh new beginnings. That dark moon or that black moon just feels like a clean slate on which you can write something new. And I think that that's what this is definitely digging into here, Cancer. Look at that. Yes, and it's big. Like I said, big new beginnings. This isn't little new beginnings. This is big new beginnings. Super moon of attraction. Really big stuff coming up to the surface. And our last full moon, that pink moon, that was a pink super moon. So that was, you know, very, very strong emotions coming to the surface. I feel like some big things are coming full circle here for you, Cancer. And it feels, it's powerful. It might be a little challenging, no doubt about that, or it might be a lot challenging. But if you keep punching through this and you keep going and you don't give up, keep your eyes focused on where you want to go and what you want to see as your outcomes, it's going to have a lot of good, you know, payoff, a lot of good rewards at the end of it. So I'm going to pull 3 cards from our Divine Doors Oracle, and all of them are for you, but 1 or 2 of them might feel a little stronger. So I'm going to show you the pictures on the front of the card first, and then you can choose which one, and I'll read the messages for each one as well. All right, so here is door number 1 for you, Cancer. Here is door number 2, the blue door, another blue door. And here is, ooh, here is number 3. Look at that. So pick out which one you feel is most strongly calling to you. You might feel all of them. You might just feel one of them. And then we'll go ahead and read the back. So this is 1, this is 2, and this is 3. All right, so on the back of this one, Cancer is the distant dream, right? And I do feel for some of you, you are pursuing a dream that may feel distant, but it's worth continuing your journey. So the distance calls your heart to roam free. As you dare dream it, so must it be. Right in the center, we've got the Art of Life. For those of you who chose door number 2, is the Art of Life. That's actually one of my favorite cards, is that blue door. It has a star on the door. It might be a little hard to see it, but it has that 5-pointed star. So there's no sacred light in the aura of life. To be bold in your skin, let your love dance in sight. So this is really saying it's not time to be subtle. It's not time to hide back who you are. It's time to be fully yourself, fully realize yourself. And door number 3, Cancer, I really feel this one for you, because guess what the message is? Draw down the moon, and you are a moon-ruled sign, and this is a moon reading. So let's see. The printing on this is really light, so it's if I'm stuttering a little bit on reading these, that's why. The forest nymphs dance in sheer delight, singing soft songs. Find us in the wild. Good night. Ooh, yes. Return to the wild there, Cancer. Draw down the moon. Sing moon songs. I'm telling you, that's a fun, powerful thing to do. I used to do that a lot more when I was a teenager. I'd go out under the moon and sing songs, and it felt great. I should do that again next time we get a full moon. So let's get into a affirmation. Let's get a Making Magic card on this for you, Cancer. Little luxuries. Yeah, I feel like a lot of my Cancers are going through some challenging stuff. So I say do something kind of nice for yourself. Generates luxurious experiences and surroundings. So, you know, if you want to buy yourself a little something nice or do something nice for yourself, I would do it, because you're going through some stuff. You're going through some stuff, and it's just going to help you to stay the course a little bit better if you take good care of you. It really will. All right, let's get into it. Let's get into our next one. Oh, I used to sing like a lot of my all my Celtic songs, Irish Celtic folk music and stuff like that. Those has always been my jam. the moon's cool with whatever you sing to her. She's good with it, you know? Yeah, Simon and Garfunkel. There you go. That's a good choice. That's a good choice. I used to listen to tons of Enya and Clannad back then, so I'm sure I was singing some of those songs too. Yeah. Who says we're normal? Normal is the setting on the washing machine, David. Ooh, Viking music. That sounds awesome. Yes. Hey, Tasha. Good to see you out there. Thanks for joining us tonight. Appreciate it. Pumpkins. Ooh, Smashing Pumpkins, Amber. I almost worked with Billy years ago on some music. He has my CDs. Yeah. Yeah. He is a strange guy. Strange person, but yeah, it's been some time here, David. We've been through some fast tracking energies, I tell ya. Oh, I love Zero. Yeah. Yeah, it's really funny because I had a friend who was a really huge fan of theirs, probably even bigger than me, and she, like, oh my God, she tracked them down, and she gave Billy my CDs, and then, like, I met him a little later at some other event, and he already knew who I was. It was so weird, and people were like, "Oh my God, who are you?" I'm like, "I'm nobody. I'm just like an independent musician, just doing my thing, you know. I'm just the dragon out here. No, you know, I don't have some huge mainstream following, but he liked my music, so you know." It's cool. It was funny. Like, and I almost ended up performing on one of their CDs, which is frustrating because the studio and the producers made the decision to not have harp music or to bring a live harp player into the studio, so that's what nixed that. But yeah, I was like that close. I was that close to performing with them. That drives me a little bit crazy. It does, just a little bit. You know, it's like, what would have happened if that had happened? Like, what would have happened? You know, that might have opened up certain doors for me in my music career at that point, you know? And it's just like one of those, oh, you know? It's not like something you can take really personally. It's like if you don't get a part when you audition for a movie or something, you know? But at least the cool part of it is that I was good enough to be considered. I mean, hey, you know, it's an honor to be nominated. Right? You know what I mean? It's one of them things, right? Yeah. I don't know. That whole world, like the mainstream music world, it can be pretty icky. It can be pretty ick. So in a lot of ways, it might be, you know, a blessing in disguise to not go there. But, you know, if you can just connect with somebody who you like their music and then they like yours back, that's just a nice feeling. Sure. Yeah. I've met a decent amount of, like, relatively well-known musicians over the course of my you know, music career, and it always will blow your mind how, like, some of the people that you really liked or looked up to are actually really jerks. And then some of the people that you thought might have been jerks are actually really, really nice. It's interesting how that ends up being. It's really an interesting thing to experience. One of the nicest people I've ever met, funny enough, was Liv Tyler. She was so nice. She's a Cancer. She's a Cancer. She is a very, very nice person. She's very easygoing. Very, you know, surprisingly down to earth for all her fame or famous family. Yeah. Yep. I hear you, David. I hear you. Yeah. Yeah, me too, Amber. He's good. I think he's a Capricorn. I'm pretty sure he's a Cap. Yeah. Yeah, yeah, and I think that's true too, because it's, you never, like, if you're really rich and famous, like, you don't know who's um being nice to you for you and not for what they can get out of you. And I think that that would really suck. That would be the toughest. That would be the toughest. Would be like that feeling like, do they like me for me, or is it just because they're trying to get something from me? Yeah. Back to Fruit Loops. You know how Fruit Loops were the mascot for the Fruit Loops is a toucan, and the toucan's always friendly and funny. Well, let me tell you what, toucans are not friendly and funny. They are serious freaking birds that will kick your butt. I had a parakeet once that nearly got killed by a toucan. No joke. And the parakeet kind of deserved it because the parakeet was a real jerk. I'll never forget this, actually. Me and my sister, this was back when we were kids, and we had this parakeet, and we named her Beaky. And there was a reason we named her Beaky, because she was beaky. She bit us all the time. She was the meanest parakeet I've ever had in my life. Absolutely. And I've had a lot of parakeets. She was the meanest one, hands down. I've had wonderful parakeets that were just sweet and fun. Beaky was not. Beaky was, oh boy. She was like the 100-pound canary. She was just like all this venom in this tiny bird, and she just wanted to kill everything. If she had been the size of a dinosaur, we would have all been dead. Absolutely. Beaky would have destroyed us all and like rampaged through the world. So we took Beaky back to the bird store where we bought her to see if some of the folks there could give us some tips on how to work with her a little bit better. Well, didn't really work out so much. The guy that was trying to work with Beaky was not too far away from a toucan cage. So he was trying to handle Beaky, and Beaky would not be handled. Beaky flew off in a rage, got down close to the toucan cage. The toucan took his beak, slid it right through those bars, grabbed Beaky by the neck, and Beaky was, you know, ready, oh, let me at him, let me at him. Beaky was fine because parakeets and most birds have a lot of thick feathers around their neck. So Beaky just lost a big chunk of feathers and flew off in yet another rage. But yeah, Beaky almost got... And so, as a condolence, I remember they actually took Beaky. They said, look, she's really kind of messy, and, you know, she's emotional, she's angry, and she's difficult. We're sorry about that. They said, since that happened, they let us trade Beaky for another parakeet, and that was Kitty. Kitty was my baby. Oh my gosh, she looked like a little banana. She was this yellow parakeet. So we traded Beaky for Kitty. And Kitty was one of the best parakeets, one of the best birds I ever had. Absolutely loved her. She was great. I even taught her to talk. She was awesome. So I don't know whatever ended up really happening to Beaky. She probably got put into a big, holding cage of lots of other parakeets and probably dominated all of them until the end of her days. But yes, angry birds. Me and my sister used to draw comics about our parakeets, and they were really funny because they were angry birds. And so when the Angry Birds actually came out, we were like, wait, they totally stole our idea. They totally stole our idea, because that was, they even looked a little bit like the drawings we had done. It was weird. It was weird. I highly doubt they ever saw our drawings, but it was strange. I was like, oh, somebody else made this Angry Bird connection. Oh, that's funny. We got everyone on a musician talk now. Krista, you're so funny. Yeah, so that's my Beaky story. So Toucan Sam nearly took Beaky out. So I'm just saying, toucans do not like angry little birds. They don't. They really don't. Like, they will kick their butt. They will put that toucan was like, oh, you think you're big shot? Let me show you. Yeah, T-Rex. That bird did think she was a little dinosaur. That was a long time ago. I was like, I guess 11 or 12. And we had this whole funny video about Beaky. Oh my gosh, it was hilarious. That bird was a biter. She was a biter. That bird bit me in the face, on the hands. She was rough. She was a rough bird. If anyone could have taken on the cats, I think Beaky could have done it. She probably would have like beaked them right in the nose and sent them like screaming. That's, I think, honestly, that bird, only another bird could have handled Beaky. I'm glad you're laughing, David. It's good memories. Sometimes those angry animals we have in our life are just great, great memories. She was a savage. She used her beak highly. Oh, man. I've got so many bird stories. I was actually telling a friend of mine about this Russian guy named Ivan. Okay, I have to tell you this story. This is hilarious. Okay. My piano teacher had some parakeets, and I was pretty young, and I thought, wow, her birds are so great. And I was like, where did you get your birds? And she's like, oh, there's this guy named Ivan who has this little place called Fancy Feathers, and it's a lot better than like a typical, pet store, because he gets his birds and they're, when they're real young, they're easy to train, they're really awesome and healthy. And I said, okay, that sounds good. So we tracked this guy down, and his name indeed was Ivan, and he was Russian. Oh, he was Russian, like, oh, brother. And so he had these birds, and his birds were really great, like they were. And I got two birds from him. I got this little albino parakeet. She was white, and I named her Brighty, and she looked like a little vampire birdie. I used to joke that she was my little vampire bird because she was white with red eyes. And then we also got this other parakeet named Buddy, who was yellow. And Buddy, oh my goodness, Buddy seemed like a mess when we first got him. He didn't seem okay. He seemed really nervous. I wondered if he might have been sick. And so I got in touch with Ivan, and I said, is it okay if I bring him by? Because I just want to make sure that he's okay before I put him with all my other parakeets in case he's ill. Well, this was like a big issue for Ivan. He was not cool with this. He was like, you want to bring parakeet back? I do not want to watch parakeet. He's like, I don't want to watch your bird. Like, he was used to selling like big, large parrots for a good amount of money. And so for him to have to deal with a little $6 parakeet that I just got and was like, what the heck? Like, it's like a shrimp. I don't care what happens to this bird after. But I don't know how I finessed him, but I got him to allow me to bring Buddy the parakeet, the little yellow parakeet, back to him. He watched over Buddy for a few days and then very grumpily returned him back to me. Bird is fine. You do not need to worry about Bird. He's fine. So I thought everything was cool. Everything was cool for years. Then one of our other parakeets had died, and we wanted to get another parakeet. This had been years went by, and I went back to Ivan. He remembered me, and I couldn't believe it. I was there looking at his birds, and he comes up to me and he looks at me and he's like, didn't you buy a parakeet from me? A yellow parakeet. And I was like, oh no, he did not forget it. I was like, oh crap. I'm like, oh no. I said, yeah, that was me. He's like, I still can't believe you made me watch that bird. Did you buy that yellow parakeet? I was like, oh no. Ivan the Terrible. But he was actually a good bird person, but boy, he didn't forget that. That was just like too much for him to take. No bird for you. I wonder if he's still around. Ivan, the store name was Fancy Feathers. I got some great birds from him. But boy, was he, he was like a stereotypical Russian. It was like everything that could be Russian about this guy. I swear I would have come over and he would have been eating borscht and all of that. Like, it was just, he had the accent. He looked like a grumpy old Russian guy. Oh my goodness. It was a trip. It was a total trip. I've never forgotten him, and he's never forgotten me and Buddy, the yellow parakeet. That bird left an impression. He was like, oh! So, I was like, yes, exactly. The Russian dude Boondock says, right? So funny. Yep. But that's a couple of my bird stories. We could talk about the bird stories. Thanks, Jason. Aw. I always have something to be laughing about. And pet stories are definitely one of those. Pet stories are great. Yep. Always. What made me get rabbits? Oh, I'll tell you what made me get rabbits. And it's kind of another bird tie-in. It really is. This is an interesting story. So, when I was living in Oregon, I had a dog. And he was a kind of spaniel. He was a spaniel, little dog, but he was spaniel in his background. And I'd had him for 2 years. He was good. He was a decent dog. He wasn't like a real loving dog, though. Unfortunately, I worked with him, trained him. Oh, I took great care of that dog, but he just wasn't very loving. And it was like I was already kind of like on the outs with this dog a little bit. And then one day he grabbed one of my parakeets in his mouth, and she was one of my very favorite parakeets, my little turkey bird. She was my little Sagittarius birdie, and she had been hatched on Thanksgiving. I had actually hatched this bird in my house. And she was like my baby because I had hand fed her. She was one of my sweethearts. I absolutely love the little turkey bird. So this dog grabbed the bird. It freaked the bird out. She was okay, but I was like, that's it. I said, this dog isn't very loving or snuggly or anything, and now he's trying to eat my birds. So this is not going to work. So I called the lady that I'd gotten the dog from. She was very conscientious. She was a great dog owner. So I didn't feel bad at all calling her about that. I said, look, this dog is pretty good, but I've had him 2 years, and he likes other dogs more than he likes me. It's true. Like, he always, when I took him out to the park, he would always chase the other dogs. He wanted to go home with them. I'm like, okay, who feeds you? Apparently not me. He didn't care about me. He wanted to go off with the other dogs. So she said, no problem. She said, I totally understand your situation. And she said, I can place him really easily with someone who has other dogs. And I said, awesome, because that's what he needs. So the dog was totally fine. I wouldn't have given him back if he wouldn't be, because I just wouldn't do that. But she got him a new home with somebody that had other dogs. So everything turned out great for the dog. He was much happier. And so I said, well, I still would love to have a furry little snuggly pet that won't eat my birds. And then I started thinking, and I was like, bunnies won't eat anything. They won't chase anything. The only thing they want to eat is greens. And so that's what made me start thinking about rabbits. And I started studying up on rabbits and researching bunnies, and it sounded really great. And so I got the bunnies. I got Bunsen and Petey. That was 14 years ago. I can't believe it's been that long. And it worked out. The rest is history. Yeah, Turkey Bird lived a great number of more years. She was fine. She was my baby. And so, yeah, the bunnies have been, like, I would say probably the favorite pet I've ever had. Even more than my birds. And I've loved my birds. I don't have birds anymore, except for my wild outdoor birds that I feed. But the rabbits, I could go into a whole thing about rabbits. They are, for me, a great pet. They're not a great pet for everyone. I wouldn't recommend them to people with little kids. They're terrible for little kids. Of course, I personally think most pets are not great for little kids. Because they just don't know how to handle them and deal with them. They just don't, they're always going to be too rough. But bunnies can be okay with cats. It really depends on the cat. Like our cat, we have a cat upstairs. She's scared to death of the rabbits. she won't come near them. She's just like, ugh, yeah, she did not like them buns. She's like, duh, long ears, weird looking, nope, nope, nope. And rabbits are funny, let me tell you. If I was you and I was getting a bunny, I would get at least 2 bunnies, because they are very sociable. They're very social and they don't like to be alone. They really don't. And unless you're prepared to spend a ton of time with that bunny, they need another bunny. I've got 2 when I got them, and get them fixed. Definitely get them fixed or you'll have more bunnies. And even if they're the same sex, like if you've got 2 females, 2 males, still get them fixed because they're going to live longer. They're going to feel better. I'm sure a lot of people have many thoughts on that, but I'm definitely on the side of getting your bunnies fixed. The females are very prone to things like cancers and growths and tumors, so you can really cut that off at the pass by getting them spayed. It's really important. And the males, of course, if you don't get them fixed, they will hump and jump and spray like a cat does. You know, it's a good idea. And I've got a male and a female, so if I hadn't had them fixed, I'd have so many bunnies. But rabbits are wonderful. They can live as long as a dog or cat. I've got my little Petey bunny in there right now who is 14 years old. So they can live a very long time. They are a commitment. They're not like a gerbil or a hamster that you just leave them in a cage, which I wouldn't do that with a gerbil or hamster, but a lot of people do that. They'll get a bunny, they'll just leave it in a cage, they don't interact with them, and they get scared, they get cage protective, and then they think, oh, this rabbit sucks, and they end up getting dumped in a shelter. So, I'm just very solid about that. I will not take on an animal unless I know that if it doesn't work out, I can rehome them to someone really good, or that's important, because they're like a family member. Once they're in, they're in. So rabbits are the 3rd most surrendered pet in the country, because a lot of people will buy a cute little bunny, at Easter time for their dumb kid, and it's like they get this poor little bunny, and then the bunny gets big, right? They'll get these little tiny white rabbits. They're like a Californian or New Zealand, right? And it has a teeny little white bunny, and they get big. That's a big bunny. They're bigger than my bunnies. My bunnies are Dutches and a Netherland dwarf mix. The ones that people buy for Easter get huge, and they don't get them fixed. They don't get them spayed. They don't interact with them, and they don't have another rabbit around them for them to buddy up with. And so the rabbit gets bitey and fussy and fierce, and they're like, we can't handle it. And it's like, it's their own darn fault. It's not the rabbit's fault that you were a bad owner. I could go on and on about it. Yeah. But I really, and the other thing that I would say about rabbits, especially if you're a first-time rabbit owner and you want to get 2 bunnies, try to get them from the same litter. Get rabbits that are already used to each other, because rabbits get weird. Once they mature, oh my God, they are not accepting of each other, and it takes a huge amount of effort to get them to get along. If they're older, and if you've got 2 older rabbits from 2 separate, you try to put them together, they will fight, they will hump, they will circle, they will dominance posture. They can tear each other up. And so you have to be real careful about that. Rabbits are very specific. They're very territorial. They don't just get along with any bunny. They don't. And the funny thing about bunnies, like you were asking again about cats and rabbits can do okay. It really depends on the cat. As long as you feel pretty confident that your cat is not going to chase down a rabbit or mess with them, right? In our experience, it's the opposite. The cat's scared to death of the bunnies, but rabbits really don't care about other creatures unless it's another bunny. They don't. Like if there's a cat in the room, they're like, it's not a bunny. I don't care. But if there's another bunny there, they're going to get all kinds of feels about that. They're going to have opinions. That's for sure. They don't really care about other creatures, but if it's another rabbit, woo, watch out. Yeah, they'll definitely be interested. My little Petey bunny, who's 14, I can't take him out with the young bunnies. He will not deal with them. He gets really angry, really humpy, so I actually have to keep them in separate hutches. Yeah, definitely. Check out House Rabbit Society stuff before you commit to a bunny, because a bunny can be up to a 15-year or more commitment, and they need very specialized veterinarian care. I have a good vet nearby that is a, exotic specialist. They don't see dogs or cats. Rabbits cannot vomit. That's another important thing about rabbits. They cannot throw up. So, what goes in is not going to come back out. And if you go to a vet and you need a procedure, if your bunny needs a surgery and they don't intubate their airway right while they're under, they will die. That's why you need a vet that knows bunnies, because they can inadvertently kill your bunny without meaning to, just because they didn't know much about rabbits. So they're a real specific thing. They're not like a dog or cat. They're not a meat eater. They're not a carnivore or predator. They're a very gentle energy. I love them. I mean, I absolutely love them. I can't imagine having a different kind of pet at this point. They're so sweet. They're so loving. They do really well indoors because rabbits have a natural desire to kind of get in under things. They like to feel secure. They like to feel safe. When you hold, they really like to be held tight, you know, like you can really snuggle a bunny. You can really squish on them because they like to be held, you know, they like to be held close. So, but they're wonderful. And they're crepuscular, which means they're most active at dawn or dusk. So they have a really specific sort of set. They're a little more nocturnal than they are like a day animal, you know. But boy, they're cute, and they're funny, and they're so sweet when they're jumping around. They're very loving. And there's just something about the love of a bunny. The trust and the love of a bunny is so sweet, because when they trust you and they love you, oh my goodness, it's just, there's nothing that feels so wonderful, because you know that they're not a creature that trusts easily, right? They're not, you know, bunnies are cautious. They're naturally cautious, obviously, for obvious reasons. So when they really love and trust you and they know that you care for them, there's something about the look that they give you and the energy they give you that's just so precious. There's nothing quite like it. Hands down. Paws down. All right, so let's wrap. That's a wrap for pet talk time. That was fun. That was fun. I'll put that in the timestamps. Pet talk time. We had a little bit of that. That was fun. Yeah, I dig talking about animals because they're a big love of mine. My kids are furry. My kids are furry with long ears, you know. They're my children, and I feel very strongly about making sure that if somebody's considering a bunny as a pet, that they do it right. They gotta do it right. Yeah. All right, so let's jump back in. Let's jump back into our readings. Let's get into our Leos. Leo. How's my Leos, the lions? I think things are shaking up for Leo. I really do. I've felt some rumblings in that area of Leo. I really have this last week or so of the readings we've been doing. I think some things are moving for the lions. I really get a feeling for that. So let's see what we've got. Taurus, sun and moon. Taurus, new moon tonight. This is bringing up a lot of new beginnings. So Leo, let's see what we're going to be manifesting for you. Let's see what the best way to set those intentions, to get those manifestations moving for you. Let's see what we've got for Leo. How best to manifest. Dear angels, divine beings of light, guardians, ancestors, show us our Leos for this new moon in Taurus of 2021. Look at that! You bringing up your own energy, Leo. Woo! From the Spellcasters Oracle, there it is, courage. Look at that. I'm excited by that just by itself. Check that out. Check that out. And on the bottom of the deck, we had love. Courage and love. And you are about the heart. You're a heart-ruled sign. So to me, this is really coming through with your personal power, your personal courage. If anything makes you feel a little nervous or uneasy, don't be. Push through those fears. Have courage. Listen to your heart. The strength of your heart is very strong, Leo. You are the heart-ruled sign, absolutely. That's why we hear about, you know, anyone that has courage, you know, being lion-hearted, right? It's a courageous, loving, warm heart. I am getting chills just talking about it. I'm getting like goosebumps for real, Leo. Wow. All right. I can't wait to see what comes out. Let's work on your Moonology. Let's get 3 cards from this Lunar Oracle for our lions out there. Look at that. Ooh, powerful reading for Leo. Step out of your comfort zone. There's our North Node. Try the untried. Go to places that you haven't gone before, whether it's physically, emotionally, literally, intellectually. To me, that's very, very positive. We talked about the South Node earlier tonight. The South Node is where you're coming from. The North Node is where you're heading. Sometimes it does require for you to try things that make you a little scared, a little nervous. But once you take the jump, it'll start feeling really good. It's like, oh, I'm so glad I took this leap of faith, because now look what doors it's opened up for me. Yeah, look, I just said the leap of faith, and there comes the faith card, the warm moon. Oh my goodness, that's our full moon of March. So to me, this is about having faith in the process, really trusting in what the path is opening up for you, Leo. Don't second guess it. Even if you're like, oh, I don't know if I've got what it takes to go through that door. This is really saying, have faith, trust in the process. You're manifesting some things. This is total Mother Earth energy, right? That's that new moon in Taurus to me. That's what that energy feels like. You know, birthing something new, taking the time to bring it into the world. Right in the center, we have expect powerful change, new moon eclipse. Woo! And we're getting ready to go into a full moon eclipse in Sagittarius later this month. So to me, expect powerful changes here, Leo. I feel like there's a paradigm shift on the way for you. I've been feeling that. I don't know what it is, but the last couple of days, I'm like, something big is shifting for Leo. I can feel that. Balance, yes, balance being restored, harmony being restored, you know, bringing in this feeling of just equilibrium, learning from experience, right? We have an older woman in this card, so it just feels like learning from experience here, you know, and I feel like for Leo, it's like some of these powerful changes may not be entirely unexpected, right? It's kind of like you knew this was coming. You knew that this was going to happen. You knew that certain things were set in motion, and now they're coming full circle. And it feels good. It feels like this is restoring some balance. The reason I say this is such a powerful read for you is look what we have. We are sitting in the new moon in Taurus energy tonight, and the new moon in Taurus card itself came out for you. So prosperity lies ahead, Leo. I would not be afraid of the changes or the unexpected things. You know, there might be some really big, like kind of almost tower moments of transformation coming around. And you might be going, oh my God, how am I going to deal with all this? Trust in the process. Don't be too quick to jump to a conclusion here, because I feel like this is opening up some powerful new doors of abundance, prosperity, good new things coming through for you. Yeah, and look at that creation card, right? A lot of things being created. And this, interestingly enough, the beaver moon. And now that is our full moon that happens during Scorpio time. And that is going to be, guess what? Full moon in Taurus. So this is a powerful 6-month transit for my Leos. This isn't just for 2 weeks here, guys. I would say that the things you intend or the things that you get set up for the next, you know, 2 weeks are important, but I would say that it has a really overarching effect for 6 months. And I'm blown away. I just had to flip these over and look at what was on the bottom. Look at what we have on the bottom. Full moon in Taurus, guys. Leos, this is a powerful reading for you. And the hunter moon, abundance, same thing, same energy. Leo, when you're rich and famous, remember us little astrologers down here. Come say hey. This is such a great read. But then Leo comes and I'm like, wow, this is a great one too. Let's get some divine doors on this. I'm going to pull 3 for you guys. I'm going to show you the back of each one. And one of them might feel a little stronger for you, but they all will be messages for you, Leo. This is the interactive portion of your reading. These all feel very strong. These feel like strong doors. All right, so here's door number 1. Wow. Door number 2. And a door number 3. So Leo, take a look at each one of those. 1, 2, and 3. All of them are messages for you, but one of them might be calling you a little stronger. One of them might be calling a little stronger than the others. All right. Yeah, they feel very strong. Strong doors. The warm colors are on these for sure. All right, Leo. So door number 1. This one just, oh my goodness, trust the universe. We already had all that faith, trust, and here comes that message again. So let's see what this says. It's a little hard to read these because the writing is really, the print is light. All right, intuition has wandered and led you astray. The timing's not yours, but the universe at play. So yeah, let the timing of the universe unwind. Don't just trust yourself, trust the process. Second card, for those of you pick card number 2, is freedom flows. Freedom flows. So let's see what this one says. Don't hold yourself back from worldly freedom. Dream grand things for divine sacred reason. Very, very nice. Oh my goodness. This last card, for those of you who pick number 3, is the walkabout. And you know, walkabout is a really sacred indigenous process of really finding yourself. It really is. You discover your path in sacred walkabout. The trees are great, or the trees are your people. The earth is your tribe. In indigenous lessons, you find the will to survive. Wow. Really great messages, Leo. It's a lot of feeling of like freedom and letting yourself discover who you are. Trusting in the universal process and not worrying too much about it. Having courage to go through these portals and these doorways that are opening up for you. But you got a lot of this. It's Taurus power. This Taurus power is so good. Yeah. Ooh, and look at what we've got for your making magic. Leo, this is one of the best readings I've done for you in a while. Look at that sun, and you're ruled by the sun. The golden energy of the sun brings fame and fortune. Everything in here is a freaking synchronicity, Leo. I just said that earlier. I said when Leo is famous and rich, yeah. I'm telling you, this is a great one. Oh, Leo, I'm claiming it for you. I'm claiming this one for the Leos out there. Amazing. That was a good one, guys. Woo! Thank you so much, everyone, for your kind compliments. For those of you who want to donate, if the live, like if the super chat option isn't working for you, I do have a PayPal me link in my description box. Just look underneath the video, you know, scroll down. There'll be a thing where you can click to read more. The link will be there for the YouTube. For the PayPal, yeah, for the PayPal, you can contribute through there. A lot of people do because they don't take as much of a percentage out as YouTube does. YouTube takes a pretty good chunk out of what we make, whereas PayPal doesn't take nearly as much. What button is that, Amber? Is the link not active? If it's not, you can just copy and paste it. But I'll check that out to make sure. The super chat button's not working. Oh, that's a bummer. Oh, that's too bad. I could go check it. Just make sure that... I'm pretty sure like it should work whether or not I have ads on the video or not. Yeah. It's working on your end. Okay. It may just be depending on whose device. Yeah. All right, guys. Well, let's get into our next read. But thank you. I appreciate the intention of your support. But I do have people that that use the PayPal instead pretty frequent because they don't take as much as YouTube. It's just more fun to do it on YouTube because you can personalize it and put cute pictures on it and let people know you're donating. So. All right, let's get into Virgo. This should be, I mean, to me, this is a great new moon for Virgo. Absolutely love that energy. This is the new moon in Taurus, guys, so this is absolutely impacting you in a very strong way. It's creating that really nice trine to your sign, so I would say this is very, very good times to put out those intentions. Get ready for working on what you want to manifest on the future. This new moon in Taurus cycle, you know, lasts for this 2-week period, but I would also say that whatever you start to to work on, intentions or lists that you make of things that you would like to work on, you may really see them come full cycle, especially 6 months later, like 6 months later, because then when we get to the full moon in Taurus during Scorpio season, it really comes through in a big way. Ooh, thank you, Jessie. Look at that. She got working. Jessie, thank you so much for that blessing, hun. We appreciate your presence here. I really do. Y'all are so kind. All right, let's see what we've got. So Virgo, dear angels, divine beings of light, guardians and ancestors. Let's see what we have for our beautiful Virgos for this beautiful new moon in Taurus. What kind of intention and manifestation energy are they bringing through? What's the best thing and best way for them to set those intentions and to manifest them in the future? Beauty. I love it, Virgo. Okay, got a little bit of Venus, a little bit of Aphrodite coming through here, in my opinion, with this. So to me, the beautification is important. And to me, this is a lot of self-love. It's really taking good care of your body inside and out. Virgo, you are a sign of health, healing, and holistic well-being. So to me, this is really addressing both inside and out. Virgo, if you have really been like, you know, neglecting your health or your eating or just, you know, taking good care of your body, get a massage, go to the spa, get your hair done, you know, fix good food for yourself, get back on that routine of doing some things each day to affirm your self-worth. This is really, you know, again, you know, beauty comes from within. And so it's like we have to do the things that attend to the needs of the soul. And then it radiates out, you know, outward, and it really brightens up the world. And I would also say, you know, Virgo, this could be beautification of the home, beautification of your surroundings, right? Because, you know, Taurus energy is physical, it's a manifest. And this is going to make you feel good, right? You know, it's always that way when we clean up the house or we clean things up. And Virgo, you are a cleaning sign. You are a cleaning sign. So all those things may come into the mix here. And thank you, Kimberly. Thanks for that super chat, sweetheart. I appreciate you very much tonight. Let's get into your Moonology cards here, Virgo. I have a good feeling about these. You know, we're also working with Taurus energy, which is Venus ruled. And so that beautification also, you know, plays a big part there, you know. That's a nice energy. Aesthetics are important. The arts are important, right? You know, if you're artistic, creative, that beauty card comes in there too. If you're a musician, artist, a painter, a photographer, decorator, designer, whatever it is, really nice. I do feel this, but I think you're going to get over this hump because we do have, starting out, your commitment is being tested, right? And so I think that there may be some things that have been either kind of challenging or difficult, and you're kind of going, should I keep going with this or should I just call it a day? And so some of the things that you may be working on, Virgo, you might say, yeah, I want to continue with that. Some of the things you're working on, you might say, let's put it to rest, because this is testing what you really want versus what you really don't. That's in that first quarter moon energy. That's, like I said earlier, it's sort of like that journey halfway up the mountain, and you might be about halfway up and you're kind of going, this is a little harder climbing this mountain than I thought it would be. Should I continue or should I go back down the mountain? Oh, Amber, I'm sorry to hear that. Aw, yeah. Let's get a clarifier on this commitment energy. And discernment. This is actually one of my favorite words around the energy of Virgo is discernment. It's really discerning what's right for you. I definitely got that feeling that for some of you, it's like you're going to let go of some things that you don't feel as committed to or you don't feel as solid about. And, you know, for some of you, you might be saying, you know, I want to keep going. But it's really using your discernment, your intuition, and working through some things, right? You're working through some things. I think you're going to get through this hump. Look at this. We've got the full moon right in the center. Surrender to the divine. So surrender, Virgo. Surrender the need to know all the details. Surrender to the need to figure everything out right now, because you're not going to. You're not going to figure it all out intellectually. I really don't think so. I think this is something that has to be felt through, very strongly. So let's get a clarifier on the full moon for Virgo. You know, and that also to me is like really saying that this full moon coming up at the end of the month is going to be a powerful one for you. It is. The full moon cycles are powerful for you. It's going to bring things to fruition. Look at this. Look at this. I think by the end of the month, you're going to be feeling a heck of a lot better. There's going to be some things, you know, turning the corners. This is that harvest. And again, taking good care of yourself, because Virgo, I think about you when I think about the harvest. I think about eating well, taking good care of your body, mind, spirit. You know, surrender the worries, surrender the anxieties, and pay attention to doing what's right for you from the inside out. And I think that that's a really big thing for you through this, because those earthy energies of Taurus work so well with Virgo that this is a time for grounding. This is a time for getting really solid within yourself. And Virgo is all about its routines. Make sure your routines and your habits are healthful and beneficial. Exercise, good food, getting enough sleep, drinking enough water. I know I sound like your mama. I'm your Capricorn mama here, Virgo. I'm going to tell you, take good care of your body, because if you take good care of your body, it will take good care of you very, very strongly. And look what we have. It was have faith in your dreams. There it is, the waxing moon that we're embarking upon. So definitely don't give up on your dreams. Don't give up on your goals. You know, those can definitely come full circle, but I think it's really important right now for you to get back on track, decide what you really want to commit to and what you don't. And I would say commit to yourself, commit to taking good care of you very, very, very strongly here. Yes, look at that self-reflection. Don't be afraid to look at the interior of yourself. Don't be afraid to look within. That is so important for you. The two sides of yourself. Virgo, you are a dual sign. Just like Gemini and Pisces, you have that dualistic nature, which is really beautiful. So look at yourself within and without. Don't be afraid to look at both sides of who you are. Oh, look what was on the bottom is self-love. Oh, this is one of my favorite cards. And work through your fears. Work through your fears, babies. Look at that Scorpio new moon under there. Love yourself. We got love yourself and beauty. So I would say, Virgo, if there was ever a time for a heart, soul, and body makeover, it is now. It's time to refresh it. Hey, Moonchild. Oh, I've been missing you, sweetheart, in the chat. Every time I do the Aries reading, I put out energy for you. Really been missing you, babe. We love you a lot here. I hope you're okay. I know you've been going through stuff. I know. All right, Virgo. So let's get some Divine Doors on this. I'm going to pull 3 from the Divine Doors deck. And all of them will be messages for you, but 1 or 2, or maybe all of them will feel really strong for you. So you can choose which one you feel the most drawn to out of these 3. Ooh, I like these. All right, so door number 1, door number 1, door number 2, and door number 3. Very nice little collection here. All right, Virgo, so just take a look at those, see which one of them feels the strongest for you, and then I will read the messages on the back of each one. All right, so door number 1, this is the one. So if you chose number 1, the message on this one is draw down the moon. Yeah, so but definitely if you picked this one, you're really feeling in tune with those lunar energies. The forest nymphs dance in sheer delight, singing soft songs. Find us in the wild. Good night. And the second card, the second one, everyone I think is picking the second one. They feel this one. I love it. The answer is yes on this. Simply is yes. Kiss the ground and touch the sky. Your soul is set now to leap and to fly. So this feels like a real card of freedom. It's very affirmative. So this is number 3. So for those of you who chose number 3, the message on the back is the nomad. I like that one. So the nomadic wanderer lies deep inside. So take the leap now. Don't crawl back and hide. Ooh, nice. So I do feel like there's this sort of like freedom energy coming in around these cards here, Virgo. I feel like you're drawing down the moon's power. There's this energy of taking the leap of faith. Don't shy away from it. Yeah, it's the Fool card, right? Take the leap of faith. Don't overthink things. I think that's actually one of the biggest challenges for Virgo many times is to not overanalyze, to not overthink, to really feel things with the heart as well as the mind. Don't forget though, Virgo, you know, your opposite, you know, sign is Pisces. That's your opposite equal, right? And Jupiter is moving into Pisces this week. I think that's going to really ramp up a lot of psychic ability and intuitive ability for our Virgos. I really do. It's going to bring that balance into your life quite a bit. So let's get into one affirmation from the Making Magic deck. Yes! Self-confidence in all directions there, Virgo. Strong self-belief and a sense of worth. That's it. I really feel like, you know, Virgo is a sign that, you know, many people are down on them because they're like, oh, Virgo's so tough on me. They're critical. They're this. I'm like, if you think they're critical of you, you have no idea what they put themselves through. They're so critical of themselves. Look at that. Self-love, self-confidence, and beauty, right? This is all about reaffirming your self-worth, your self-confidence, feeling good enough, all of that. Virgos tend to really be very self-effacing. It drives me crazy a little bit. I'm a Capricorn, so I've got some great Virgos in my life, and I always like want to shake them and be like, you don't understand how awesome you are. Stop beating down on yourself. Like, you're a good person. Yeah, Capricorns do the same damn thing. We do. We're, you know, we're so tough on ourselves. It's an earthy thing. I swear to goodness. I don't think Taurus does that to themselves nearly as bad as Virgo and Capricorn. Taurus is a little bit more sensual. And they're a little bit more playful because they're a younger earth sign. So it's like, even if they do that a little bit, they're like, oh, it's okay. I forgive myself now. I'm going to go play in the fields. I'm going to go eat some wildflowers. I'm good. Yep. They, you know, Taurus eats the chocolate and they get over it. They're like, oh, I'm okay now. I ate chocolate. I'm good. Yep. Well, you know, the earth sign alignments are so funny. They are the earth sign alignments. My buddy Sam Mitchell, he's a cuspy Virgo. I'm a cuspy Capricorn. He was here a couple weeks ago and it was a great time, and I like really had to give him that Capricorn to Virgo lecture, which was like, dude, you're so much cooler than you know. I was like, just allow people to flatter you and compliment you. Allow that sometimes. Be a Leo once in a while. Be like, yeah, I deserve it, all of this. Yeah, chocolate is very important. That's my Jupiter and Taurus talking. I'm like, I gotta have my chocolate. I bought a nice bar of Linder chocolate the other night. I'm gonna enjoy some of that after my dinner tonight. Chocolate is good. It's good for your soul. Good for your mood. Yeah. All right, so Libra. I hope my Libras are still out there. I hope you guys are doing awesome. Oh, chocolate Lucky Charms. Oh, that sounds good. That sounds really good. So Libra, here we are sitting in the energy of the new moon in Taurus. This is a very powerful manifesting moon. So tonight and the next 2 weeks to follow is very, very good for setting intentions for what you want to work on, what you want to manifest, especially over this next 6 months until we reach the full moon in Taurus during Scorpio season. So let's see what we've got for you. Taurus is a Venus ruled sign just like you, Libra, so I feel like this is a nice alignment for you in a lot of ways. So dear angels, divine beings of light, guardians and ancestors, please show us, our beautiful Libras, what's coming through for them for this new moon in Taurus. What do they want to set their intentions on to manifest over time? Please show us, Libra. Took me a minute for that one, but I felt it. All right, boundaries. Not a surprise here, Libra. Libra is a sign that does give a lot, and they tend to want to please everyone, so it's important for them to set solid boundaries. Put that little ring of fire right around you, Libra. Don't let anything or anyone in that's not for your best, your highest, your well-being. People that are good for you. Are they stealing your energy? Are they just there to steal your light? Or are they really adding something good to your life? Because guaranteed you're adding something good to theirs, right? Libras give a lot. They deserve to get something back too, It's like they don't deserve to have things stepped all over. Let's get into your Moonology cards here, Libra. Let's get 3 to start for you. Ooh, very nice cards. Very nice cards, Libra. Right out the start, we've got new moon of Capricorn energy. Your hard work is paying off. So if you've been working at something, it's coming. It's coming. And I wouldn't give up on it either, because Capricorn energy is very determined. It's very ambitious. It also knows that Rome wasn't built in a day. So, if you need to work on something, if you've been working on something, you might really be starting to see the benefit and the results coming as a result of all the efforts you've been putting in. And I would also say that if you're just starting or embarking on something, this is telling you to not give up on it. Definitely get your heels in. Get your heels in on this one. And balance. Oh, Libra, you are all about the balance. I always feel Libra energy in this particular card from the Queen of the Moon deck, because it's so Libra, and it even looks a little bit like a Libra scales, over top of her. A couple reasons I love this card is because it really shows greater harmony, greater balance returning. We have an older woman as a figure in this card, so it really shows wisdom of experience. So you may feel that you're stepping into a place where you are a little wiser, you are a little more mature, you have learned something with time or with experience. And Capricorn is the same. It's that more wise kind of older, more mature energy. So you may feel very strongly, Libra, through this next 2-week cycle, that you're balancing some things, that you're reordering and finding your equilibrium. New starts are definitely coming with this. We've had this card come up, I think, about 3 or 4 times now in these reads. Pure new moon energy. So definitely new beginnings. It's like it's not all, just the old road that's been trod. It's like you are also starting up some really brand new pathways here. And it's good to embrace them. It's good to embrace that energy. Let's see what's clarifying this new moon for Libra, please. Assessing, yeah. And I do feel like you also, if you haven't exactly decided just yet what you're going to be doing or what that new beginning is, Libra, you're definitely looking it over. You're doing your homework, your research, planning ahead, looking into the future and saying, okay, what I start now, I want it to bear some fruit by XYZ time. And so I'm going to look at this and what it's looking like to me in the future. Very, very nice. That's a good, to me, that's balanced. It's a nice balanced approach that you're taking towards your future plans. Last card out, we've got luck is on your side with the new moon in Sagittarius. So to me, again, more new moon energy, and it's really saying that there is luck on your side. There are some good things that you're going to be working on. Expansion may be coming up. Things that were closed to you before may be opening now. And the other thing I would say is the actual new moon in Sagittarius, will be later this year in November. So the things that you're working on now, you may really start to see those manifest around that time. Just keep that maybe in the back of your head for some of y'all on this. Look at this. Oh my goodness, Libra. This is another card that reminds me of Libra energy, the discernment card, because to me it's like you're having very good balance. I know that sounds a little cliche, but because you're Libra, but you're having a very good equilibrium about how you're proceeding. This is nice. You've got discernment, assessing, balance. I feel like you're some of this, you've got the new moon in Capricorn energy. So that's really the hard work and that's the dedication, perseverance. But yet you've also got this new moon in Sagittarius, which is about opening up your doors and expanding your vision. So this is good. I am digging this. I think this is very positive for you, that you're really, I think you have a practical plan towards your dreams, and you're also really working to build a practical path. It's like, yes, here's where I want to go, right? You see where you want to go, but you need to balance and discern the best path. Look at that similarity between those two cards. I'm just saying, guys, you're Libra, you're really planning. You're in a planning position, and I think you're doing it right. That's what it feels like. You're really doing it right. So let's get some divine doors on this. Let's get the interactive portion of your reading here, Libra. I'm going to pull 3 of these door cards. Each one has a message behind it. All of them are for you, but you're going to look at each one of them, and one of these doors might pull a little bit more towards you. You might feel drawn to one of them more than the others. Ooh, look at these. All right, Libra, here comes door number 1. For those of you who are drawn to door number 1, here is door number 2. For those who are interested in door number 2, and door number 3. For those who feel drawn to door number 3. So take a peek at all 3 of these, Libra, and see which one feels the best for you. All right, so Libra, for those of you who chose door number 1 right here, this one is a note on love. Ooh, Libra. All right, seek these are hard to read because they're really light. Seek different seasons and enter into the unknown. When love is the focus, foundation and goal, blessed is the body, mind, and soul. That's a nice one. The second card, for those of you who picked number 2, is offerings. Let's see what this one says. This is a card of gratitude, I think. Abundance lies in the heart that allows. Share more than expected and see love come around. Very nice. And for those Libras who chose door number 3, that is the key word of birth. Wow. Another gateway appears in view. New life is unfolding with blessings for you. So really does feel like a new life and some new love opening up into your life, Libra, especially. And it's really as a result of you taking the steps you're guided to take, making the plans that you're making. I feel like it kind of finds you along the way. It kind of finds you along the journey. So let's get into one affirmation card from the Making Magic deck for you. See, look at that, Libra. One enchanted evening. I'm telling you. Okay, so something's coming up. The perfect night. The perfect night, right? I mean, for those of you who are looking for love, I feel like accept those invitations, because there's something. And you know, with all these balance cards, it really says make time for both work and enjoyment, right? You know, Taurus energy is definitely about pleasure and enjoyment and making sure that we're actually enjoying our life sometimes. And sometimes those boundaries, Libra, are about also balancing between the two sides of yourself, right? Your personal boundaries of like how much time you spend on work, how much time you spend socializing. Very important. Very important to have that balance in life. Sidecar. I used to draw cartoons about my bunnies. I need to do that again soon. I haven't done that in a minute. And I had this funny thing about thinking like Bunsen. You know, Bunsen's very, you know, she's very glamorous. She's very bun about town, and she could be riding on, you know, a little motorcycle with her little scarf, you know, and Petey, the little Petey bunny, he could be in the sidecar. I used to call him Sidecar Pete. Sidecar Petey. Yeah, I'm with you on that, David. I'm such a Capricorn there. I'm not a fan of getting on motorcycles. I've never done it. I don't know if that I ever would. Maybe. I'd have to be like all wrapped up in like a lot of protective gear. I'm just too practical, and I've known people that have almost been killed on the darn things. It's pretty bad. It's pretty bad. Like it's good until it's not kind of thing. The practical side of me says, yeah, that would be so much better, like saving on gas, but I'm telling you, one wrong move and you could be gone just like that. Of course, you're talking to, I've never even owned a car in my life, so there you go. I've always done public transit, carpools, walking, bus, taxi, Uber. I've never owned a car, so true facts. Down with the internal combustion machine, right? I just, yeah, it's a big thing for me. Yeah, no kids, no cars. Ugh, yeah, yeah, yeah. All right, I am gonna go take a quick restroom break. Yeah, and I'll be right back. I'll be right back, guys. Yeah, I'm the same, David. You're, I swear, we're the same on that. That's for sure. I'll be right back, guys. All right, we're back. Let's get into our Scorpios. Oh boy, Scorpio. Now this is to me a powerful new moon for you because the new moon in Taurus is, of course, the flip side of your sign, Taurus being your equal opposite sign. So it's a very interesting time. It really does light up that universal relationship house of your chart. And it can really bring certain things to a close or certain things to beginning, right? With many times with Scorpio, it's often the both. It's often both, right? Sometimes it's things closing down, sometimes it's things coming to birth, but often it is that big transformation because that's what Scorpio does. That's just what Scorpio does. So definitely, there's a lot of change, a lot of changing around in your relationship house right now. There's a lot of shift. So let's see what we've got for you. This is going to be for this new moon in Taurus. This is all about what you're manifesting, intentions that you're setting, the best way to do that, the best way to bring about those manifestations. And you may feel those, especially, it's a great time to start setting those for this next 2 weeks. And then it's also a great time to set your intentions even further out for the next 6 months when we hit that full moon in Scorpio during your Scorpio season. So let's get into it, Scorpio. Let's get in deep because Scorpio is always deep. Dear angels, divine beings of light, guardians and ancestors, please show us what you have for our beautiful Scorpios for this new moon in Taurus of 2021. Please give us some guidance about how best they can set and manifest their intentions during this transit. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Amber, I know you're going to fill this one out there. The grieving card is coming up and the big butterfly of transformation on top of that. So there is some letting go. There's some letting go of sadness, honoring loss, honoring grief, mourning through some kind of process, and really honoring that process because it is important. It is important. You don't want to rush through it. You don't want to, shove aside your feelings too quickly because there's some big lessons and epiphanies and revelations that will come to you through this cycle. So I think that's a very important one. So for some of my Scorpios, you could be letting go of a relationship. You could be letting go of something like that and you're needing to, grieve that loss, to mourn that loss fully, to really go to that next level of transformation. For some of you, it could be new or it could be old, right? This could be something old that's coming up or that you've been reminded of. And it's like, oh, I haven't completely let that one go yet. And so it gets to that place where you really have to transmute the energy. Yeah, and see on the bottom of it, we had that empowerment card. So I really do feel like there's a process of re-empowering yourself that comes about as a result of this grieving cycle. So let's get into your Moonology cards here, Scorpio. Let's start out with 3 for you, please. Wow. Wow. Okay. Stepping out of your comfort zone. So Scorpio, check it out. It is time to step out of what you're used to. It's time to try something new. I feel like, anything that you might be going through, anything you might be transitioning out of, Scorpio, right now, it's probably something that was an old karmic burden. Could have even been a past life lesson that you had to learn or let go of. And so now it's really saying, let's step into something new. Let's try something new. Maybe this person, this process, this situation that you're releasing right now, it was part of your lesson. It was part of your journey to get you ready to take a greater leap of faith towards your true destiny. So let's get a clarifier on this North Node card for you. Action. Yeah, it's definitely an action feeling. Look at that. Stepping out of an old situation, going towards maybe a little bit of the unknown, right? But it's definitely about moving forward. It's not about sitting still. That's what I feel like this new moon in Taurus really brings about. It brings about a time of action. And sometimes, things can kick us pretty hard to get us to move. But it'll get us moving, whether we like it or not, a lot of the time. Right in the center, we have what do you need to release with the waning moon. So there's definitely something being purged and detoxed and purified for you, Scorpio. There's something that has to be released before you can take this next step. And I feel like, you know, whatever's kicking you into high gear and into action, you may feel like, yeah, I'm being shot out from the rocket, but then I hit this little roadblock or this little hurdle because I need to release something in order to keep going on that trajectory. So let's see what we have. Clarifying, what are you releasing here, Scorpio? Ooh, anything that's blocking your path. That's what I said before I even pulled the card. It's like, this is so funny. It's like anything that's blocking the path. That's it, you know? Because you could be going along on your path and there may be something that you haven't, you know, worked through yet. And once you do, you can keep climbing that ladder to the next ascension, to the next portal. This is incredible. Third card coming out from the Moonology deck is Hold Your Vision, the fixed moon. And you are a fixed sign, Scorpio. So I feel like after a period of release, action, realignment, I feel like you're going to come back to core. You're going to come back to center because this is your energy. Is a fixed cycle. It's a fixed energy. It's stubborn. It's focused. Gets very laser-like on its intention. And I feel like, you know, you might have had some things that were distracting you or kind of keeping you from really being straight, like towards your path. And this is kind of whatever this process is bringing you back to that alignment where you're really starting to focus in and get strong about where you're going. Surrender. Beautiful. Yeah. Just let this flow. Let it flow and let it go. Put your intentions on things here, Scorpio. Focus your sights. Put your eyes on the prize and then surrender to the divine. Believe in the process. It's very important. There's an interesting equal opposite energy here of, you know, focusing on certain things and also letting certain things go, right? It's like, I feel like it's a time when you're really going to be releasing certain things very strongly and then embracing other things just as strongly. It's an interesting equal and opposite reaction. Oh my gosh, on the bottom, I just had to say, it's time to take action. New moon and Aries energy. Time to take action. Action, action all over this. Having faith that things are going to build, they're going to grow, they're going to increase. Wow, this is definitely some path walking for you, Scorpio, with this new moon in Taurus. Let's get a couple of our divine doors. I'm going to pull 3 of these cards for you. And each one of them, this is our interactive portion of your reading. Each one of them will be a message for you, Scorpio, but you can look at each card before I read the messages, and you can choose whichever one you feel a little more strongly aligned with as your personal message. I like the orange in these. This is beautiful. All right, here is card number 1, Scorpio. Card number 2. And card number 3. So just take a peek at each one of these and decide which one you feel the most attracted to or aligned to, whichever one's calling your name. And then we will read the back of each one of them. So here is card number 1, Scorpio. Let's start out with this one. On the back of this is the morning memory. The morning memory. All right. Its healing gift, oh wow, runs a destined course. Its healing gift runs a destined course. The morning dawn, our inspired source. Meditate under the sun. Wow. So Scorpio, if you are a morning person, this is telling you to do a little morning meditation. Start your day out with a little mindfulness. That's going to go a long way. And it is time to heal. It is a time of a healing path for you. On the second card, for those of you who picked number 2, the message there is silent skill. That sounds like a Scorpio, all right. Silent skill. Oh my goodness. I challenge you to unpack your mind. In meditation's grace, the soul can unwind. Yeah. So there's another message of meditation. Another meditation message here, Scorpio. And our third card, for those of you who picked the third, is the Divine Guardian. So this one says, do not be nervous today or tonight. The path you are on will lead you just right. Wow, Scorpio, these are great messages. These are very concise. Like, all of them feel so good. They really do. We've got, notice in each one of these, there's definitely both the shadow and the light in each one. And I think Scorpio is definitely a sign of both the shadow and the light. And the new moon is that too. The new moon is, you know, it's shadows and light at the same time, right? It's beautiful. I liked this. Let's get into one affirmation card for you, Scorpio. Look at that. Oh my gosh. This is healing. The healing sigil right here. There it is, Scorpio. True healing of the mind, body, and soul. This reading, wow. You start out with grieving and you end up with healing. Look at that. There's meditation work on this. There's action, and there's also stillness and healing. It's a really nice balance. This was good. Scorpio. Scorpio. Maybe come up with a Scorpio song. That glowing scorpion in the dark. Woo! All right, Sagittarius, let's rock. Let's see what we got for Saggies. Now, Sagittarius, I feel like this is also a very healing time for you as well. This new moon in Taurus, you know, that sign highlights your universal 6th house of Virgo, so I do feel like it has a very healing aspect for Saggy. I think it's very positive for you, very helpful and very healthful. So let's see what we've got coming up for you. This is really about manifesting, setting intentions. The new moon in Taurus is one of the most fertile and abundant for setting intentions to manifest over time. Dear angels, divine beings of light, guardians, and ancestors, please show us our beautiful Sagittarians. Let's see what they have coming up for them. What is the best way for them to set intentions, and what are they working on manifesting with this Taurus new moon? And we have got the card of beauty. Now, interesting, Virgo had this as well. And I also felt that there was something going on with them, you know, and it's interesting that, like I said, this Taurus energy highlights that 6th house of Virgo. So, Saggy, if you've got some Virgo in your chart, or vice versa, right, or you're working with some Virgo energy, I think these really connect. They really do connect. So this is really remembering your self-worth from inside and out. Don't over criticize or over, you know, beat yourself up, right? Don't do that too much. Could be time for a little bit of a makeover inside and out, you know, brightening up your spirit, brightening up your external, making sure your habits are good ones, eating well, drinking enough water, sleeping well, all of those things that really help support you, mind, body, and soul. So let's get into your Moonology cards here, Sagittarius. Let's get 3, please, to start out with. Let's see what kind of path and journey this is taking. Very nice. This one feels good. Take time to breathe out. Look at that. Disseminating moon. So during this new moon, take some time to rest. Take time to really reflect. Don't push the river too hard, Sagittarius. You've been through a lot. You've been going through a lot of difficult things. You've overcome a lot of difficult things. This is a little time for a breather. Time to take a small break as you step into the energy of this new moon. And expect the unexpected. That's beautiful. Oh, so I feel like as you do that, as you relax, as you breathe, I think that there's something really powerful that comes through for you as well with this blue moon card. The unexpected comes through. You might have thought, oh, I already know what's coming, or I already know how things are going to play out. I know exactly what's up. But then something surprises you once in a blue moon, right? Sagittarius, that can be that little surprise card. The little wild card is our blue moon. Right in the center, your commitment's being tested, first quarter moon. So you may be in that balance place where you're kind of going, I'm not sure if I want to keep going with something. I'm not sure if I want to, let go of it, or I want to, this is kind of that like stand up and fight for it, to turn and walk away kind of energy. And so, you might be doing it with some things. Some things you might say, I'll let go of that, but I'll keep this, right? That's a balancing energy. Let's see what we have clarifying that. What are we having our commitment being tested on here? Oh, yes, this is some purification energy. Look at that snow moon. So, Sagittarius, I think this is a liberation sort of thing. If you feel like what you've been committed to or what you've been dedicated to has been really, curtailing your spirit or really repressing your personal authentic energy, you may be letting that one go. And anything that, started around the time of February, you might be really revising or reviewing that at this time as well to see if you want to continue on that path or not. Something has to be cleansed. Something has to be cleared out. And here we go on the third energy. We have the new moon in Cancer. You and your loved ones are safe. So this is a really nice affirmation. This is a really good supportive energy. If you've been concerned about home, family roots, where you're living, where they're living, things like that, how safe or how well protected you are, this is really coming in with some nice protective energy. And it is that Cancer energy as well. So Cancer time may be a time that things start to really manifest in a powerful way for you as well here. And acceptance. Also, what I feel for this Sagittarius is that y'all might be, accepting help from family or friends or people in your soul tribe, and vice versa. You may be giving that to them as well. This is also calling you to accept your differences between you and family members or friends. This is saying, you know what, we may not be the same on every single thing, but we can still accept each other, differences, faults, flaws, and all. This is a very beautiful kind of connection. It feels very healing. Feels very healing for the family dynamics. Absolutely. Look at that on the bottom. We have the peace card. We have peace. We have balance being restored. Ooh, yeah, there you go. Sagittarius on the bottom. We have full moon and Sag. Look at the bigger picture. Don't see things so myopically. Yeah, see things on the bigger, broader picture. Your ruling planet Jupiter is shifting up into the sign of Pisces this week too. So that's going to give you a little bit of a new view on life as well. So let's get 3 cards from our Divine Doors deck. Let's see what we have. We're going to pick 3 of these Sagittarius, and I want you to look at each one of them. This is our interactive part. One of them might call to you a little stronger than the rest, but they are all going to be messages for you. Ooh, yeah, these are good too. All right, door number 1, Sagittarius coming through. There's door number 2, this very green one in the center. And then here is door number 3. So Sagittarius, take a peek at each one of these. Here's number 1, door number 2, and door number 3. Check out which one of those feels the strongest for you. And then I'm going to read you the messages on each one. All right, so number 1, Sagittarius, this is the message of yes. This is a great message. I love this one. Kiss the ground and touch the sky. Your soul is now set to leap and to fly. Yeah, that's a really nice feeling of freedom right there. Right in the center, for those of you who chose door number 2, that is the nomad. And I would say that if the word nomad or nomadic was ever ascribed to a sign, it would definitely be your sign. Absolutely. Um, so the nomadic wanderer lies deep inside. So take the leap now. Don't crawl back and hide. Definitely leap of faith energy. You know, you're getting ready to soar. You're getting ready to fly. You're getting ready for more movement. You may be coming out of a lot of stagnation. Starting now, Sagittarius. Almost called you Aries. Almost called you Aries. For those of you who chose the third card, Sagittarius, is draw down the moon. So this is really connecting you to the lunar energies if you chose this one. The forest nymphs dance in sheer delight, singing soft songs. Find us in the wild and good night. So I feel like this is all cards that are kind of perfect for you, Saggy. This is really calling you into the wild, into the unknown, into new experiences. It's really allowing you to kind of reset. Take some time, though, right around this new moon to just kind of relax, breathe out, because I feel like some unexpected blessings or unexpected changes are coming through. And it'll be time to act soon enough. It'll be time to act soon enough. All right, let's get one affirmation on this for you. And we have the element of air. The element of air is coming into this. So we've got work with the element of air to cut through to the core of a situation and see the truth. So this is a lot of things being freed up in your mind and your intellect, your thoughts getting clearer, using that intellectual energy to work some things out here, Saji. Also nice reading. Very nice. All right. Everyone's talking about socks and ironing their sheets here. I think we've got some Virgo energy has entered the chat here. Oh my gosh. Virgos are gonna hang out and talk about ironing the sheets. Oh my goodness. For me, being a Capricorn, I'm like, it'll get done when it gets done. I'm very utilitarian about stuff like that. It's like, just get it done. I'm not ironing sheets. I'm not ironing nothing. I'm just like, get it on the bed. If I can get that done, then I'm good. Oh, that's funny. She's listening while she's folding her laundry. That's cute. All right, Capricorn. I know we got goats in the house. All right, we got our Capricorns ready and waiting. We know. This is a good one for us, guys. Even if we're going through challenges, even if things are up and down, Capricorn, this is a good one. New moon and Taurus energy is very positive for us. It's very grounding. It's very stabilizing. It helps us kind of come back to our center. So I always feel really great when that energy comes back around for the goats. Even if we have felt scattered, smothered, and covered and fried and all over the side, this is going to definitely bring us back to a more cohesive energy. It's very, very nice, very grounding for us. So let's see what we're setting. Let's see what our manifestations and our intentions are, Capricorn. This is a great time to set intentions. It's a time to get ready to build new things. I'm definitely going to be making some lists. That's what I'm going to be working on. I am a Capricorn, and so that's what I'm going to be doing this evening and tomorrow and over the next 2 weeks, really, because that's our new moon and Taurus cycle. And like I said, you know, for some of the other signs, you know, you may be working on some things, Capricorn, that you're getting ready to set into motion. And you'll really notice that a lot of these will come full circle in 6 months from now. You know, when we get into Scorpio season and we hit the full moon in Taurus, this is the new moon in Taurus, right? So very interesting how that cycle can work. So let's see what we've got. Dear angels, divine beings of light, guardians, ancestors, please show us what you have for our awesome Capricorns out there for this new moon in Taurus of 2021. Show us what they will be setting intentions for, what they will be enacting for the future during this time. Ooh, Capricorn. Capricorn, Capricorn. Psychic abilities, y'all. Oh my goodness. The goat's intuition is going to the next level. So I would definitely pay attention to your intuitions, your perceptions, your dreams, as you set your intentions, as you set your manifestations. If something rings true for you and it feels right, even if there's certain, like, you know, concerns or doubts around it for you, if it feels right and it feels true for you, I wouldn't worry about it too much. I think it's interesting. That's, you know, because Capricorn is often a sign that second guesses those intuitions, because we're very practical, we're very logic based. You know, a lot of Capricorns honestly don't go into tarot and astrology. You know, I'm a little rare. I'm very Capricorn, but I really dig all this stuff. I've been in it for my whole life, really. And always was drawn to it. So, you know, for Capricorns that develop psychic abilities or choose to really work the intuition, it's very powerful because they usually have that side of themselves that's a really good BS filter. Like, they know if something's not ringing true for them. So that's what makes their abilities pretty strong a lot of the time. On the bottom of the deck, we have the trust card. And that's a big one for Capricorn. Working on trust. Trust is a big thing, especially if you've had your trust broken, or if you've had your feelings hurt, or something like that's happened, Capricorn. You know, this is a time to start listening to your heart, listening to your intuitions as you go forward, to help manifest better situations, you know, and to help foster greater trust between you and friends, family, loved ones, etc. Very interesting. All right, so let's get into your Moonology cards. Let's see what we got for Capricorn for Taurus new moon. Let's see what's coming up for your journey here. Oh, I love it. I love it. Yes. Yes, Capricorn, a time for healing. So time to heal that little goat heart, especially if you've had your trust messed with, especially if somebody somebody's haven't treated you so well, right? This is time to, you know, to heal yourself from the inside out. I would also say, like I said, when we're in this earthy energy, it really helps us to come back to center, to come back to core. You know, if we have felt a little scattered or we felt a little, you know, all over the place, this helps us get our focus back. So let's get a clarifier. What is Capricorn healing through this process, please? Look at that. Yes, love it. Love it. This is the full moon of May, the blossoming moon that we're building up to. So I feel like Capricorn, in a lot of ways, you're healing and working on your grounding center, on your feeling of stability. For some of you, it could be questions of a job, career, finance coming in. For many Capricorns, that's often a focus. It could be a question of where you're living. And it could be a question of how you're thriving versus just surviving. I think that that's something that a lot of Capricorns really want to heal, where instead of just making it or scraping by, like, you're really blossoming and flourishing and coming into better times. Yeah. That's a really, wow. And I mean, this is a power month to me. If you're bringing through that flower moon, that's the full moon of May, that's the next full moon, and that is going to be a lunar eclipse in Sagittarius. So it's going to be in that universal 12th house for you, Capricorn. It's a very psychic house, interestingly enough. Psychic abilities coming in as your keyword. Jupiter's movement into Pisces as well, you know, this week is going to ramp up psychic abilities across the board, but you're the only sign so far that has pulled that card for their key. So I feel like for Capricorn, there's a lot of opportunities to build your intuitive life, your spiritual life, and to really listen. Listen to your soul, listen to your heart. If something doesn't feel right to you, listen to that. Listen to that. If it does feel right for you, listen to that as well. Right in the center, we have our void of course moon with nothing will come of the situation. So I feel with this, it's very important to not push the river. Don't push the river during this next 2 weeks. If something doesn't feel right or the energy is not there to get it done, hang back. Hang back and wait until the energies are right and the timing is right. Let's see what we've got clarifying this void of course moon. Like this. Woo, super moon of attraction. You know, our last full moon was a super moon. And this really brings those emotions up to the surface. It helps attract what you want to you very powerfully, Capricorn. This is great. This is great. I love it. So last Moonology card that we have is Surrender to the Divine with the full moon. Look at that full moon. So Capricorn, we've got the flower moon, which is the full moon of the month. We've got the super moon of attraction on this. And now we've got the pure full moon energy. So I feel that this full moon of this month is going to be a very strong powerhouse for you. It's a lunar eclipse, so there's a lot of things being released and also some powerful revelations coming through to you. I'm absolutely in love with this reading so far. I feel like a lot of what you're doing over this next 2 weeks is kind of healing up, getting ready, stabilizing yourself, grounding yourself, taking things easy when you need to, pushing ahead at other times when you need to. But overall, surrender to the divine. Let it open up to you, Capricorn. Don't worry too much about the how, what, when, where, why. Very, very good stuff. It's a willpower thing too. Oh my gosh, and Capricorn, check that. Because to me, this is a little bit of a balancing act. Because we have surrender to the divine, and then we have the card of the will and willpower. And so Capricorn, I think you are a sign that has extraordinarily strong willpower. Probably the strongest of the Zodiac, to be honest. It's just like you can't make a goat stop unless like they stop themselves. So I would say that sometimes you're doing a little dance here to surrender to the will of the universe, right? And it's also saying that, you know, if you put your mind to it, you can manifest it. If you put your mind to it, Capricorn, you can manifest this stuff. Ooh, yeah. Look at that. Sitting in that new moon in Taurus energy. We got the new moon in Taurus card here for you, Capricorn. Prosperity lies ahead. It's a great time. This is the great time, goaties. And on the bottom, we have discernment. So I do feel there is this balancing act, Capricorn. And what I really feel a lot of it is knowing when to act and knowing when to hold back. It's a timing thing. Capricorn, you're very good at timing. You really are. But it really takes listening to that inner timing. Capricorn does. We have an inner cook timer. We really do. We know when that bell goes ding, 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 and it's time to take the cookies out. But you got to listen to your psychic intuition. You've got to listen to your intuition. You're going to know when the time is right to make your moves and do your things. You're getting a lot done. You're getting a lot done this next couple weeks, Capricorn. So that's why you're going to need periods of rest, you know, in between this. Periods of healing, periods of time where you just really let yourself relax, sleep, do what you need to do. Let's get 3 Divine Doors cards on this, Capricorn. These are little mini oracle cards. All of them are going to be messages for you. This is our interactive part of your reading. So I want you to take a look at each 3 of the doors. And one of them might feel a little stronger for you than the others. See which one of those resonates with you the most. Ooh. I like them all. I think I like number 2 the best. I do. All right, there is card number 1, Capricorn. There is card number 2. That's the one I picked just from the looks of it. And there's card number 3. All right, so take a peek at these. Take a moment to feel which one is calling you the strongest. There's number 1, there's number 2, and there is number 3. And then I'm going to read the message on the back of these. All right, Capricorn. Yeah, it's like everyone's picking 2. I picked that one too. It's funny. As soon as I saw it, I was like, number 2. I love that tree. So number one is trust the universe. That's the message on the back of this one. Which, you know, we had that surrender your will to the universe kind of thing, Capricorn. We did have that in your reading. So this one, intuition has wandered and led astray, right? The timing's not yours, but the universe at play. So it's like you gotta let go sometimes, Capricorn. You gotta take your hands off of the steering wheel. Have faith and breathe, right? That's it. You've gotta let the divine take the wheel sometimes. You can only do so much. You can only do so much, and then you gotta trust the universe. So let's look at number 2. Number 2, for those of you who have chosen number 2, Capricorn, is begin here. I love that. It's a very beginner's mind kind of energy. So do not fear what travel brings, my dear. The moment is yours. Begin right here, I think it says. This is hard to read. Begin now. Yeah, begin now here. Yeah. Do not fear what travel brings, my dear. The moment is yours. Begin now here. Yeah. The printing on these is a little light, so it's kind of like I've got to really bring it into the light to see it. So on the 3rd card, Capricorn, those of you who chose this one, is the card of offerings. So here we go. Abundance lies in the heart that allows. Share more than expected and see love come around. So Capricorn, this is definitely a time for giving rather than receiving. Really, it's more of a time of giving and generosity. And I really feel like the trust in the universe and the begin here, wow. It's like new starts, new beginnings. Don't be afraid of what this new journey is taking you on. Listen, you know, develop your own intuition, but also just let the universe guide you sometimes, you know? Sometimes you just have to, and that's a hard one because Capricorns, we can be control freaks. We totally, it's like I'm driving this car and we might be sitting there asking the universe and asking our spirit guides for help and all that and saying, angels help me out and all that. But we're still trying to force everything into being. We're still the ones trying to take control over every aspect of it. And they're like, Capricorn, if you want us to help you, you've got to actually let us help you. Get out of your own way, goat. It's a thing. Get out of your own way, goat. All right, let's get one affirmation card on this. I'm happy with this read, guys. I think the Taurus moon energy is powerful, and I think that the full moon of this month is going to be very strong for Capricorn as well. I really do. It's going to be a big one. I got to make a list. I got to make a list. I really do, because I've got a lot of things I got to get done. And if I don't make a list, I know that I'm not going to address them all. So the Sun card, here we go. Here's the Sun card. The golden energy of the sun brings fame and fortune. So Capricorn, you could be stepping into a more radiant position. You could be attracting a lot of attention. You could be making more money. You could be just making more money with this card, you know. Your conscious power is very strong with the Sun card. So, awesome. Very awesome. Yeah. Ooh, I need food. The dragon's getting hungry. Dragon is ready for food. 2 more reads, though. Let's get these done. Hey, Krista, thank you so much for that. Aw, appreciate it. Oh, hey, Violet Blue. Good to see you. Thank you for being here. Oh, it is a late dinner. It's a late dinner. I'm a night owl. You know that. You know that, David. I'm a night owl. Hoot, hoot. Yeah, depending on my schedule. Depending on my schedule. But I tend to eat a late dinner, usually. This is a little later than usual, for sure. But I kind of go with the flow. I go with the flow of my reads. Yep. All right, Aquarius, Aquarius, Aquarius. Oh my goodness, that what was it? The weekend's readings were great for you. Aquarius had some awesome stuff coming up in their readings over the weekend. So definitely, if you haven't watched those, check them out. They were really, really good. Like you had some of the best. Some of the best came out for Aquarius. So let's see what we've got for this new moon in Taurus, guys. I know Taurus energy can be a little bit of a challenge for Aquarius. That is a square to your sign, and it does highlight that universal house of the fourth. You might have a lot of questions about home, family, roots, where you're living. You might be thinking about either getting a new home, leaving a home, something shifting around the home, moving in with someone. A lot of those questions coming up, Aquarius. So let's see what we've got. This is, I mean, that's not a bad thing. If you're really trying to manifest like a new home or a new home environment, this is a great time to start setting those intentions, because Taurus energy is very grounding, very rooting, and it's in that home house for you right now. So let's see what we've got for you, Aquarius. Dear angels, divine beings of light, guardians, and ancestors, please show us our awesome Aquarius and what's coming through for them for this new moon in Taurus of 2021. Please show us where they should set their intentions and what they should work to manifest. Empowerment, empowerment, Aquarius. I'm pretty sure Aries had this as well. So to me, this is all about embracing self-confidence in a healthy way, feeling that you have what it takes to make those things happen for yourself, not being like, oh, I don't know how I'm going to do it. Oh, I can't do it. Oh, I want to, you know, just really believe in yourself. As cheesy or as trite as that might sound, it's really about believing in yourself and giving yourself those good personal affirmations that help to make you feel more empowered, more strong, more valuable, more powerful within yourself. Very, very nice energy. To me, it has this very sort of like confident, calm, self-knowing kind of feeling, that vibration from that card. It's really like stepping into the fullness of its power. So let's see what we've got in the Moonology cards. We're going to get 3 on this to start for Aquarius, please. See what their journey is looking like. Yeah. Oh, yeah. So Aquarius, like I said, this can be a challenging one because it is that square. You're starting out with the Hold Your Vision card, fixed moon, and you are a fixed sign. Taurus is also a fixed sign. So, you know, there may be something that you really, it's like a dream, something that you really, really want to manifest. So this is telling you to stay true to that. Don't give up on your dream. Hold your vision, even if it's challenging, even if you feel like it's going to take some, you know, effort or maybe a lot of effort to bring it through. Don't give up on your vision for the future. It's always a future vision for Aquarius. Yes, it is. Let's see what we've got clarifying this for you. And protection. I feel there's something about some vulnerability in here for Aquarius. There is. There's something about some vulnerability because there's this feeling of like, I really need Spirit to protect me. I might be stepping out on a limb. Something about my future vision or what I want to manifest in the future makes me feel a little scared, a little nervous, and I feel like I need a little protection from Spirit. So I would not hesitate to call in the spirit or energy of your ancestors, your guardians, to say, just protect me in your light. Keep me safe while I work through to getting to my vision, to getting to my future outcomes. right in the center. Yeah, working through some fears because we've got the new moon energy in Scorpio. So Aquarius, you know, like I said, you might be feeling kind of vulnerable, or the things that you're working on right now might be really digging up some stuff from under the surface that needs to be worked through. The thing that's very powerful about that new moon in Scorpio energy is it allows you to really confront your shadow side and to work through some things that have needed healing for a while. Anytime I get a Scorpio card, I always say counseling isn't a bad idea, right? You know, counseling, therapy, working through your stuff. So highlighting this is the wolf moon, the hunger moon. That's the full moon of January, you know, and again, it really is bringing us into close connection with our heart and soul. So some things might be really getting uncovered for you with this new moon in Taurus here. You might really be getting like down to the depths of yourself, like really peeling back some layers here, Aquarius, you know, to get to the heart of anything that has made you feel disempowered, to get to anything that's made you feel weak or scared or vulnerable, so that you can heal those past patterns so that you don't repeat them. That's really, and to me, can't help it with this wolf spirit, it always feels like it's calling to the divine, right? It's calling out to its divine assistance and its help and its family, right? In the middle of that cold night. So, third card, what do you need to release? Waning moon. So, I mean, Aquarius, this is a big releasing moon to me. What is it you need to let go of? What needs to be healed? What needs to be purged away? Because I feel like you have this really strong vision for the future that you really want to manifest, but there's some things that need to be laid to rest. There's some things that need to be healed for you to feel a little more confident, a little more self-assured moving into that future. And look at that. Yes. And I think that you may indeed find that a lot of these layers are going to be released by this full moon. That will be a very powerful moon for you, because the blossoming card, the flower moon, that's the full moon that we're getting ready to celebrate in 2 weeks from now at the end of this month. So Aquarius, wow, what a powerful time. The next 2 weeks, I feel like you're kind of on a fast track to releasing a lot of things from the past, things that have scared you, things that have, you know, made you nervous or afraid. It's all going to come to the surface and you're going to overcome it. That's really what I feel. This is a strong, beautiful energy. I love that. I love that for the kind of that outcome, you know, is that blossoming moon. Time to take action here on the bottom there. Yep. And acceptance. You might have differences. There could be some strong personal differences that are coming up between you and others. And it's time to accept the differences. I know Aquarius can be very idealistic. They can. They can really be idealistic, and they feel like if things aren't in perfect harmony all the time, then it's not okay. But sometimes we just have to agree to disagree. It's okay if not everything lines up in sync all the time. It totally is. This is about embracing greater peace and empowerment, feeling more calm, feeling more self-assured. Let's get into your divine doors here, Aquarius. I'm going to pull 3 cards from this deck and show them to you. All of them are messages for you, but you may feel more strongly drawn to one of them. So this is our interactive part of the reading here. Okay, let me do that again because those came out kind of stuck together. Oh, I like all these. I really like the center one. All right, so here is door number 1. So Aquarius, if you're feeling that one. Door number 2. And door number 3. Ooh, yeah, all of these are really nice, Aquarius. So take a peek at those. One of them might be calling to you a little stronger than the others. So just go ahead and pick which number feels strongest for you, and then we will read the messages on the back. All right, Aquarius. So let's start out with card number 1. This is number 1, and the message on the back of this one is a moment's joy. A moment's joy. So let's read that one. Sand through the hourglass, yet time could stand still. A moment lasts forever in the bliss of the heart's will. Wow. So there could be some powerful moments of joy, bliss, fulfillment, completion. There could be some very nice moments that you should pay attention to with this card coming through. The second one, for those of you who chose number 2, is patience. Look at that. Yes. So patience is here. Everything soon will come to light, and then you will see things will be all right. Oh, I love that, Aquarius. So if you feel like there's something you've been working on and it just feels like it's taking time, it's a struggle to wait, this is just saying everything is going to be okay. Don't worry. Don't worry. Things are going to come to light. And for those of you who chose card number 3, I think this one ties in beautifully to the other ones as well. The distant dream. The distance calls your heart to roam free. As you dare dream it, so must it be. So I do feel there's something that, and, you know, we said this at the beginning of the read, that there's definitely something that you're working on for the future. You may be struggling with it a little bit. You may be struggling within yourself more than anything. So I think that the best step that you can do right now, you know, over the next couple weeks, Aquarius, is just work through your fears, work through anything, you know, reasons that you might feel, you know, scared or a lack of confidence or some nervousness, and work through those. Work through those, Aquarius. You're going to be okay. It's going to turn out, and there's going to be a lot of powerful manifestations. I think you're going to get a lot of good affirmations and confirmations by the end of this month when we have the full moon come full circle. And for your affirmation card, let's see what we've got. Ooh, Aquarius, yes, breaking bad habits. That's a nice sigil to use for breaking bad habits or bad routines. And I would say the biggest bad habit that you're working to break right now is really embracing yourself, empowering yourself. And it even says it on the card: self-acceptance, excellent mental health, and letting go of destructive vices, right? So there it is. So breaking the habit of putting yourself down, breaking the habit of not affirming yourself in a positive light, all of that's very strongly suggested there. Anything that's kind of holding you back, anything that you see as a negative habit that's holding you back from where you want to go, or limiting your peace of mind. Wow, this was a kind of powerful one for Aquarius. It was. Yui. She drowned in laundry. Oh no. That's so funny. Yui, is your laundry attacking you again? Y'all are funny. Hey there, Nancy. Good to see you in the chat, hon. Good to see you. Yeah, Jacqueline is definitely still here. She had to go back to work, and she has been overwhelmed with work. That's kind of the situation for her right now, unfortunately. That's why we haven't had her in the chat very often. She's here when she can be, but she's been working her little scorpion stinger pretty hardcore. Yep. Hey there. Yeah, that's the situation with our Jacqueline. I miss her. I did talk to her recently. She's doing good. She's just busy as heck. Yeah, she's just really working. Yeah. Oh, I love her. She's one of our buddies. Her and Amber are our Scorpio power team here. It's always a little dangerous to get them in the same room, though, you know. Things start to randomly combust. All right, Pisces, we're rounding up our evening with our Pisces folks. Let's see what we've got going on for the fishies. The Taurus new moon is very supportive to you, Pisces. I feel very strongly about that. It's a good one. It's a good one for you guys. It gives you a lot of good earthy support. It's a very positive alignment for you. So let's see what you're manifesting. Let's see what intentions Pisces is setting for this period of the new moon in Taurus. What are you bringing forward? What are you going to be working on? Let's start out with one main key word. So dear angels, divine beings of light, guardians, and ancestors, please show us what Pisces has coming up for this new moon in Taurus energy. What will they be setting their intentions on? What will they be working on manifesting? Thank you so much. Oh, I like this one, Pisces. Friendship is coming in. So greater connections in friendship, greater connections maybe in love as well. But this has that real Three of Cups feeling on it. Feels so Three of Cups to me. It's like really having a better time, having the support of your friends and your soul tribe, having something to celebrate, you know, and really cultivating those connections, really cultivating those good, positive, life-affirming friendships that benefit everyone. On the bottom, we had the Dreams card. And Pisces, you do roll the realm of the dreams. So let's see what we've got in our Moonology cards. Let's get 3 to start out. Let's see what kind of journey this is taking you on. Wow, okay. All right, Pisces, you might make a friend that turns into more than a friend, you know, over this next 2-week cycle or 6-month cycle building up to the full moon in Taurus during our Scorpio season. Very interesting. We start out with the new moon in Libra, a new romantic cycle beginning. So Pisces, this could be falling in love with someone all over again. If you're already in a relationship, this could be meeting someone new. And this to me is really a feeling of balance, harmony, equilibrium being restored. And that's what I do. You know, I always do sense that for you because Pisces, that Taurus energy, it lights up that 3rd house for you universally. It gets you talking. It gets your mind focused and centered again, brings things back into focus where they might have been kind of blurry for a while. So let's get a clarifier on top of that new moon in Libra. And we have nourishment. This kind of is an underlying theme that's been coming up in quite a few of the readings we've been doing tonight, this nourishment energy. Just taking care of yourself, really attending to the needs of the body, heart, and soul. Make sure that you're eating well, you know, Pisces. Make sure that the friendships and the relationships you're cultivating are nourishing to you and your soul. You're a sign that just gives so easily, kind of like Libra and Virgo do. You know, you really give easily and you give a lot, sometimes without even realizing it. And it's important for you to be nourished as well as you nourishing others, right? It's important to avoid energy vampires or thieves or narcissists, people that just are there to take and not give back. And even if you're a single, you know, Pisces right now, it's important to just take good care of yourself, right? You know, eat good food, make sure you're drinking enough water, make sure you're sleeping and good, you know, getting into cultivating those positive routines. That's definitely a thing. And Taurus is such a food sign. Taurus is so foodie. They really are. So right in the center we have, look at that. We were just talking about that Gemini house being lit up for you. And there's that full moon energy of Gemini. The answers you need are coming. So keep your mind open. Stay in a, you know, nice, good flow of communication because I feel like the answers you seek will be there. You're going to uncover some things. You're going to get the communication you need. The information that sets your mind at ease. It's a very nice card for this cycle. So let's see what we've got in the clarifier. And it's all about creation. Wow. Wow. The beaver moon, you know, the beaver moon is the full moon of November, which is usually during our Scorpio season. So I would say that for you, Pisces, you're really thinking, sharing ideas, talking a lot about what you would like to create, what you would like to manifest. And I think that, you know, over this next 6 months, we start out now with the new moon in Taurus, we end up later, 6 months later, with the full moon in Taurus. And so to me, that's like that full circle, 6 month cycle of manifestation. So share your ideas, share what you'd like to create, work on what you would like to create, focus your mind on what you are working on and what you want to bring about. Third card from the Moonology is the mutable moon. Nothing is yet set in stone. Pisces, you are a mutable sign. I think that's very interesting because a lot of our fixed signs got the fixed moon. And now with the mutable sign, we're bringing through the mutable moon energy. So this is also telling you, if you're worried, like, am I going to get a second chance? Did I make a mistake that I can't fix? Do I have more time to work on something? The answer would be yes, because nothing is set in stone yet. You still have a lot of wiggle room. You still have time to adjust, redo things. Don't worry too much. Don't worry too much about that. You've got room to move. You've got room to move. Nothing is yet set in stone. Even if someone or something has felt like a big no, it might be a big yes, and you just don't know it yet. So let's get a clarifier on this mutable moon for Pisces, please. And gratitude is coming in. I feel like you will be quite grateful to have this, you know, this adjustment time. Like, this is a really good thing that's coming in. And as you go through this process of working through the ups and the downs of these waves, remember to embrace gratitude at each step of the journey. That's very important here, Pisces. There may be people expressing gratitude to you as well. Ooh, yeah. On the bottom, look at that full moon Pisces energy, balance, spirituality, and practicality. Yes, this is a nice balanced time for that because we've got earth energy and you are the water energy. So it is a balance of the spiritual side, the emotions, and also the practical energies of the earth. So on the bottom, yes, we have the path. You are walking the path here, Pisces. You really are. Think about what you want to create. Share those ideas with others. Collaborate with friends or people that have the same, you know, the same focus, the same goal. That's really nice. Let's get 3 cards from the Divine Doors deck. We're going to get 3 of these for you. All of them will be messages for you, Pisces. This is interactive, so you can look at each one of these pictures, and one of them might call to you a little stronger than the others, and you can choose which one that is, and we'll read all of them for you. Ooh, these feel like really spiritual for you, Pisces. They really do. All right, first card out. That is our card number 1. Card number 2 for you, Pisces. There is card number 2. And card number 3. Look at this one. All right, Pisces. So I want you to just take a peek at each one of these. There's door number 1, door number 2, and door number 3. Which one of them calls to you strongest? All right, let's start out with number 1, the Divine Guardian. The Divine Guardian, for those of you who chose number 1 as the strongest feeling. Do not be nervous. Today or tonight, the path you are on will lead you just right. Oh, yes, and that path card was in this reading here, Pisces. So don't be nervous. The path you're on will take you to the right place. Number 2, I love this one as well. I like all of these. Anthony's Call. Anthony's Call. Saint Anthony. In thanks of my spirit, safe and sound, all things that are lost will soon be found. Yeah. Yeah. Saint Anthony is all about finding lost things, lost opportunities, lost people, lost situations being restored to you. Very, very nice. So those who chose card number 3, a distant kiss in a prayer flag. I like this one. I wish of all wishes that you were here. Through sunlight and rain, I need you near. Ooh, so Pisces. That's a very Pisces kind of message, because I often feel like Pisces are longing for love. Even if they're already in love, they still have that love longing. There's always that thing in a Pisces heart. So it's like if you're missing someone, that's really like, you know, you might want to send them a loving message or send them a loving, you know, thought. Or if you haven't met them yet, they could be just waiting through that doorway there, Pisces. They could be just waiting through that door. Oh my goodness. Let's get an affirmation on this one. See what comes through. Oh yeah, protection. This is a good one because I did get like a little sense of nervousness, just a little bit, not in a big way, but there's a little nervousness around this for Pisces. Strong protective magic for the family and the home. So I think that's important for you guys. Yeah, this is like really giving you that protection signal that helps to give you that layer of security. Yeah. Yeah, that's always a thing. It's always a thing. You know, and a lot of it is just knowing within yourself that you're so okay. Oh, the Libra reading was good. I liked it. I feel like even challenging readings are good readings. You know what I mean? Yeah. You're welcome, Nancy. You're welcome. Yeah, for anyone that missed whatever you did, just scoot back through. You can. That's why I always hold these up. So I always hold these sign cards up, because when I'm scooting through to add timestamps, or when other people are, if I haven't added the timestamps yet, they're easy to spot. They're easy to spot. Yeah. Oh. Thank you so much for being in the chat tonight, Amber. We miss you. We miss you and Jacqueline, our little Scorpio power twins. I'm very excited about this new moon. I think it's really going to be a good one, everyone. Yeah. Aww. Well, I'm glad we were here for you, Amber. And I'm sorry things are tough right now. The sock thing, yeah. Oh my goodness. Love you guys too. Oh yeah. I always get excited by the new moons, but a new moon in Taurus is it's extra good. It really is, because the moon is exalted in that sign. It's one of the best places for the moon to be. And so it really gives us a lot to work with, you know. Gives us a lot to work with. I know I'm going to be working with them. I got a lot to do over the next 2 weeks and then the next 6 months. Funny enough, it's a really like a huge cycle of activity for me. So let's rock. Let's rock and roll. Why is Taurus a good place for the moon? Because the moon is about those subconscious intentions and feelings, the subconscious, you know, planet. And Taurus is very stabilizing and grounding. And so it really gives people a good center, you know. Yeah, it's a very positive place for it to be. It's great for manifesting. It really is. People with a Taurus moon always want to have like solidity in their life. They're really tapped into that very strongly. You can actually read about it right here. Let's pull out the old basics. I always go back to my basics. This is my old one of my old learning astrology books. So let's look at what it says about the moon in Taurus. Like, say if you have the moon in Taurus in your own chart, which I recommend. If you can get a Taurus moon in your chart, it's great. All right, here we go. Keyword. The key word for the moon in Taurus is emotionally stable. Need I say a whole lot more? It's the exaltation. It's the exaltation. It's very, very good for it. So, centered in the material plane, your emotions are attracted to material comforts and possessions. With a Taurus moon, you want the best of everything and rarely settle for less. The moon is exalted in Taurus. This brings out the reflective and steady side of the moon and de-emphasizes the moon's changeable side. You will stick to your ideals through thick and thin. You are faithful, sentimental, affectionate, and basically timid. You may lack originality, so try not to be too stubborn in your ways. Your reactions to sense impressions are slow but strong. You have an accurate memory. You will ponder over an action for a long time, and you assimilate and act upon information in a slow and steady manner. It is difficult for you to change your mind, and you resent any interference once you've reached a decision. You are a determined person with well-developed intuition and sound judgment. You want to excel in whatever you do. You are acquisitive, not only in land, art, and other possessions, but also in friendship. I'm dying. This is so accurate to everybody I know with a Taurus moon. Your sense of touch and taste is highly developed, and you probably have a pleasant speaking and singing voice. Fond of music, art, dancing, and all things that make life more pleasurable. You need to gratify those physical appetites. You only welcome those ideas which are compatible with your stable temperament. You may be narrow-minded. You can be conservative and conventional. Pride, laziness, jealousy, and too much stubbornness must be guarded against. Once on a course, you forge ahead slowly but unswervingly. You seldom succeed in leaving the family tradition or training in ideals that were impressed upon you by your mother and with whom you are closely, though not necessarily happily linked. You have loyal, lasting friendships in friendship, love, and marriage. This position of the moon may indicate gardening ability, and in a man's chart attracts a loyal partner who encourages his ambitions. That is the reading for the people with a Taurus moon. That is a lot of people in my life. A lot of people in my life. My best friend, my mom, and my boyfriend all have a Taurus moon, and I absolutely, yes, will say that that's all very accurate. They don't weather change much. It's like, that is, and that's why, like, when I see that in somebody's chart, I'm like, oh, you're blessed. If you have a Taurus moon, you're so blessed. Because I've got a Capricorn moon. Capricorn moon is tough because it brings with it, it brings a lot of stability, sure, and ambition and all that good stuff, but it's the detriment. It's a detrimental place for the moon. It's one of the worst places for the moon, actually, is my Capricorn moon. Because it's the opposite of the dignity, which is the moon in Cancer, right? So the opposite of it is the detriment. And the reason that the moon is tough in Capricorn is because it does make you very tough on yourself, and it does bring in the penchant for loneliness, depression, and melancholy. It does. So to me, the Taurus moon grants that stability without the more moody side effects that a Capricorn moon brings to it. Scorpio moon is intense. That Nancy said she's got a Scorpio moon. That was actually my astrology teacher's moon sign, was Scorpio, and I remember her talking about how tough that moon sign is to navigate. It's very, very intense. It's very passionate. It has very, very strong feelings, and it has to find healthy ways to put them out there because it's so deep. I mean, it can be a real pressure cooker inside for a Scorpio moon. Yeah. I feel like I got an eyelash in my eye. Sorry, guys. Yeah, sometimes it can be. But with time, David, it'll get better. I promise you. That's the thing about Capricorn. Timing is everything for Capricorn. You're in that, you know, David, you're going through that, that real strong Saturn return, that first Saturn return. And that's a really, really big deal, especially for Capricorns. So hang in there with it. It's not, this pressure isn't going to last forever, I promise. It won't. For Capricorn, life begins at 30. It really does. I remember my Saturn return. That happens between the ages of 27, 29 years old. And it's the first cycle of it. It's tough, but it's not the worst thing ever. And not only that, but you hit that, you've also been going through Saturn in Capricorn the last couple of years, moving across your sign. So how old are you now, right now, David? Are you right 27, 28, something like that? A lot of Aries, yeah. Menopause. I like that. 27. Yeah, you're gearing up for it, David. You're right in the thick of it. So like you're starting. It's 29 is usually around the average time for that Saturn return to happen. Yeah. So Markers is going through his second Saturn return. The second one comes around 58, 59 years old. So David, hang in there. It's a big one for Capricorns especially. It is. The second Saturn return isn't nearly as hard as the first one. It's actually a lot nicer because it really kind of crystallizes and manifests a lot of things, especially if you've been working on them pretty hard. Yeah. Well, that's why, you know, it's like we have these funny things. Why do we have like all these different sayings about midlife crisis or the 7-year itch or life begins at 30? You know, why do we do that? Why do we have all these really interesting sayings that go with like times of, you know, periods of time. And it's because all people around the same ages have these same planetary cycles happen. And it's really interesting how it will hit different people differently. There really is a midlife crisis that happens in your kind of like mid 40s, early 50s. There really is. Like I would technically be in mine because of that, right? Because that's when we hit it, right? That's when we hit that midlife crisis. And what brings that about is Saturn starts to oppose itself, and also Uranus starts to oppose itself, because that's about 42 years old. You have that, you know, Uranus opposing itself, because Uranus takes 84 years to go one full rotation through your chart. So at around 42 to 44, you really hit like that midlife crisis. And that's why like people will try to like, you know, re-embrace their youth, or they'll try to like do stupid stuff, like act like a dumb kid, and you're like, don't do that. And I think those kind of transits are actually not as rough if you've been living an authentic life. That's really like, that's probably a big reason why I haven't felt a whole lot of like midlife crisis feelings, because I do what I like. I've always done what I like. I've done things that really resonate with me. So I don't feel like I've got to push back against something really badly. That has a lot to do with it. You know, everybody around 29 gets that Saturn return. It's a very maturing transit. I feel like young Capricorns and young Aquarians, though, are getting a huge heads up. Like, David, I feel like, you know, you've probably already been through quite a lot of the stuff that's going to happen to you when the Saturn return goes proper for you. Because you've already dealt with 3 years of Saturn in your sign transiting over your sun sign. It's not easy. It's not been easy. I've got 4 planets in Capricorn. I know it hasn't been easy. It's just been rough. This last 3 years has been like boom, boom, boom. That's when my dad passed away. I mean, so many things. I ended a major relationship, you know, over 3 years ago. And so, yeah, it's been intense. It's been intense, but good. Like, I mean, there's good things that come out of it, but darn. Krista? Is he having menopause? I like that. See, for women, like, menopause is much more, like, clear cut. For men, I think it's probably a lot less, like, clearly defined. Like, for us, we know when certain things are. We're like, okay, yeah, we know. Like, we know. But for men, it's kind of like, when? What the? But the planetary cycles are for real. If a marriage can survive, if a relationship can survive, or friendship can survive the first 7 years, you know you're probably pretty solid, because there's that funny saying about the 7-year itch. Well, you know what happens after 7 years? Saturn squares itself. It takes 7 years for Saturn to square itself where it was when it started 7 years previous. So that's why it's that little itch. It's that little kick of pressure. If you're going to hit some challenges, that's when you're going to hit them. In a relationship, you know, 7 years in. You're doing good, Krista. You're doing good. You're doing good. 16 years is amazing. Especially in this day and age. Well, you know, a lot of people will have, like, perimenopause or premenopause symptoms. Yeah. Yeah. Amber. Yeah, I'm 44, and I honestly haven't had a whole lot of like, difference in my stuff yet. Yeah. Saturn can go back home. Unfortunately, Saturn is home, because Saturn traditionally rules Aquarius, so he's already home. That's why he's extra special these days. Saturn's been home for too long. He's getting comfortable now. He's putting his feet up and everything. He's like, oh yeah, I'm just gonna stretch out here. Yeah. Interesting, Gwen. Yeah, hormones are freaking weird. It reminds me of that scene in the, yeah. Is there... The thing about the hormones, has anyone seen that movie, Fried Green Tomatoes? That's such a great movie with, Kathy Bates and Jessica Tandy. And she's going through menopause. And so she's talking to Jessica Tandy's character, who's much older than her. And she's like, I'm too old to be young and I'm too young to be old. And I cry all the time and I don't know what's wrong with me. And she tells her, honey, you need to get yourself some hormones. Yeah, that's all you need. And so then she gets the hormones and she goes nuts and she slams her car into the back of those two girls that were mouthing off to her. And she comes back and she tells Jessica Tandy what happened. And she says, how many of them hormones you taking, honey? Oh my God. That's such a great movie. That's a fabulous movie. It's so good. It's so good. Hey, Corianne. Good to see you, honey. Yeah, a lot of people think I'm younger than I am. My parents both aged really well. Like, my mom is 80 and people think she's about 60. They're always shocked by it. Oh, thanks, Leslie. Yeah, they're always surprised by it. We have good genes. Like, my parents don't really age. Like, my dad, he was 75 when he died, and it was so wrong. It was so wrong. He died of cancer, and people were like, you're too healthy to be this sick. Like, he was everything. He was in such good shape. He never lost his hair, even with the chemo. He never went completely gray. He was 75, and he never lost his hair, was never gray. Never had any problems. My mom is 80 and she's looking amazing. Yeah, David, that's a thing. And I'll tell you, Capricorns age the best of the zodiac. They are number one on that. I think it's Saturn's little gift to us in exchange for beating the hell out of us. It's like, okay, I'm gonna beat the heck out of you, but at least time is gonna be on your side. Yeah, Capricorns age really well. They do. And yeah, oh David, it's been a journey. I was very close to my dad. He was like my best buddy. He was so good. Yeah, same for you, David. I appreciate that. But yeah, good genes, and then I would also say it's just taking good care of your body. Yeah, Saturn is the Time Lord. Um, oh, Corey. Oh, that's tough. That's tough, Corey, because my dad, it was the same when it was liver and colon cancer, and it was stage 4 when they found it. He was so bad off, they said that he could die any day. He could die any day. And so they were basically like, you got to be prepared. And we decided to just give it one shot at doing treatment. We didn't just do chemo. We did naturopathic medicine for him. He ended up living almost 5 years with it. And he did great. Like he wasn't sickly through most of that 5 years. It was unbelievable, but it was a hard fight for about 6 months. And we did not know what would happen. And he ended up getting 5 years, and they had told him he might die any day at the beginning, which was pretty incredible. I'm so glad that we had that time with him. But dear goodness, yeah, it was hard. And it's actually a little hard for me to believe that he died like that, and that because he never was sick. He didn't have literally anything wrong with him. He was not on any prescription meds. He wasn't, had nothing. No heart problems, no blood pressure problem, nothing. Like he was always energetic and strong, and then that just boom, it was like huge. Oh, yeah. I just feel like he's really with me. I guess that's what, has really helped me to not take it so hard. And the other thing too is like, I just know like his energy is so high vibing that he would always want me to be happy. Like, and it's not that he would tell me not to cry or to not grieve or any of that, but I just know that when I'm doing well and stuff like that, I'm doing the things I love, he's very happy. Like, he's super happy about it. And he's just a really strong spirit. Like, he's irrepressible. Even on his deathbed. Somebody was joking about that the other day on, I think on my Twitter page, somebody was saying how, at the end of your days, like, just do whatever you want, right? And at the end of my dad's life, the last couple weeks, it was so funny. He started just all he wanted to eat was pecan pie, sweet potatoes, all the stuff that he loved, like all the tasty stuff that he loved. And my mom cracked me up. She's such a goat. Like when he would start asking for the pie, she's like, Jack, maybe you should eat something more healthy. I'm like, Mom, he's on his deathbed. Bring him the pecan pie. Like, give him that pie. Let him eat whatever junk he wants. And so, yeah, I just remember, even though he was weak, even though he was tired, he was just like, bring on the pecan pie every time. I was like, all right, Dad. And that's actually like a great memory now of like bringing him that pie, helping him eat it. He was just so happy to have that. There he is. There's him with his fried chicken in the kitchen. That was in 2006 when I went to visit. That's when I was still living in I always show pictures of my dad. I keep them right here with me. This is him at the football stadium that he loved down there at Georgia Tech. There he is with their mascot Buzz, the yellow jacket. That's him. Oh, that's him. If there was that's him in his element, straight up. Absolutely. Yeah, he was an Aquarius. Aquarius with a Scorpio moon and rising. Oh my goodness. He was a snake. He was my snake. Whenever I, snake energy, I always think about him because he was born in the Chinese year of the snake. Oh, he was so funny. He was so he was very friendly. Like everybody loved my dad, right? But I would always joke that nobody knew how he really felt about them deep down. Some people he really genuinely liked, and then the ones that he didn't like, I would get to hear about it. There was this thing about, oh my god. Some of these quotes. He did not like my sister's in-laws. And here was something he said that I wrote down things that he would say. So here he says, they come over, I look at them, and I'm trying to figure out their ages because they look worse every time I see them. They look worse every time I see them. Can't figure out how old they are because they just look worse every time. Oh man, he was terrible. Like his humor was so biting. He had that Scorpio moon, and boy, it would come out. It would come out, and I was like, oh my god, Dad, if people could hear what you say. Snake bites. That's what I always call it. Snake bites. It's like he was just like one of the good guys. He was really one of the good guys. I'll tell you, there's not, and he would say that. Oh my word. My dad, yeah, I did write it down. I wrote down a lot of the funny things that he would say. He said that he lived his life on the razor's edge. He said that, and he did not have an easy life growing up. Oh my goodness, just grew up in poverty. His dad was horrible. My dad's dad was horrible. I never met my paternal grandfather or my maternal grandfather, but my dad, his father was an addict. He was abusive. He was a drunk. He was a womanizer, gambler. He would spend all the money. They'd never have anything in the house. He would beat up his mom. He would break things. And so my dad couldn't stand him. He couldn't stand his own father. And so it was like this really big thing. And I will tell you, that's why I say to people that have a rough dad, it does not have to determine your life. It sure didn't determine my dad's life. It's wild. It's like he became this wonderful father. But his father himself was not good. He used to say that he was like somebody should have shot my dad because he was crazy. Yeah, he used to say that. And my dad, he saw what his mother went through. He saw what his sisters went through with men in their relationships. And my dad used to say, he's like, there's more good women than good men in this world. I just straight up. That's a very Aquarian thing. That's a very, very interesting point of view, especially from like a Southern white male to have that, that view that was like, there's more good women than good men. He would always say that. He's like, I don't know. He's like, I would say, I don't know. He would always say that. I don't know what's wrong with these men. He said, they all say they want a family and a home and all this stuff, and then they get it and they just destroy it. Wow. I mean, yeah. I mean, my dad had some, and he saw what me and my sister went through with guys, and he was just like, what's up with these dudes? He's like, these men, they get a woman and they think that that's all they're supposed to do is beat up on her. He said, good grief. Now, my dad was very giving. I've never seen anything like it. He was probably the most selfless human being I've ever known in my life. He always made sure that we were okay before himself. Always put our needs first. Always. I mean, it's like it set the bar really damn high for me and my sister in relationships. And we've talked about that. We're like, this is why we've had a hard time finding a good man, is because our dad was so like giving and loyal. Not a cheater, not just never drank, Never did drugs. Never, you know, just, I mean, it's like, he's a little bit hard to attain to in some ways. He would laugh if I said he was a little bit saint-like. He would say, "No, I'm not." But, you know, and I know he wasn't perfect, right? You know, he wasn't perfect, but he did a darn good job for everything that he went through, you know? For everything he went through, he sure turned it around. Both him and my mom went through, a lot of tough stuff when they were growing up. And I kind of feel like both of my parents kind of were survivors. They survived a lot of abuse, a lot of, you know, broken homes, both of them, very tough times, a lot of poverty. And they just, I don't know, they had this core of strength about them. You know, they just said, we're not going to live our life like that. You know, everything that we saw that we didn't like that went on in our homes growing up, we're not going to do those things. It's like they just did the opposite, the very equal opposite of it. So, yeah. Yeah, understandable. And no, I mean, as far as I know, my dad never really talked to his father again. My dad's father left their family when he was about 10. And they never had a relationship. He just kind of disappeared. Yeah. 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 I think that's very conscientious, right? It's very conscientious. And I mean, the things, you know, the things I miss the most with my dad, I think, are just his humor. He was so funny. Oh, he was so funny. Um, it wasn't so much how the things he would say, is how he would say them. He had a way with words. Such a way with words. He was just hysterical. He would always be saying something funny and just goofy. And he'd always try to make sure everyone was laughing and having a good time. Like, he just really wanted people to be okay. He really didn't like people that caused, you know, chaos or disharmony. He didn't like arguments. Oh man, he did not like arguments. Mm-mm. And he loved to cook and he loved to eat. He was so passionate about food. Oh my goodness. Yeah. He was so passionate about food. So I miss that. But I feel so grateful. Like, I just feel so dang grateful that he was my dad and that, you know, he left behind a lot of gifts for me to pick up on. Whenever I cook, whenever I, you know, especially cook like the foods that he liked, like his black-eyed peas and his collard greens and his chicken and his southern food, like, I always feel like he's in the house. I do. I feel like he's in the house when I'm cooking that stuff. It's like, yep. Yep. I really love the traditions of the Day of the Dead and, you know, Samhain and all of that, where we remember, you know, the passed on loved ones. I love that energy, and I think it's something that you can kind of carry with you all of the time. Yeah. 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 No, my dad, he felt that way about men himself. It's funny. Even though he was a man, he felt like a lot of men just aren't doing right. And he was very sympathetic with women. I remember too something he said. He said a lot of men underestimate women's sensitivity and how things make them feel. Like, you know, he's like, yeah, be careful what you say, because women will take it hard. Like, they will, and we do. So, yeah. He just knew. He knew me. Like, he had an innate sense of who I was. And I remember him saying that. He was always like, he's like, you have such a gentle heart. He said, and a lot of guys don't understand. You have this really gentle heart. Even though you're strong and you're tough, it's like, yeah. He's right. He's right. Yeah, my dad was from Tennessee. He was born in Tennessee, grew up in Atlanta predominantly. He also, the other thing that my dad had that was a major saving grace in his life was his grandparents. I will say that. You know, he went down, him and his younger sister went to live with their grandparents for a while in McDonough, Georgia, which was, I mean, back then it was really in the country. In the 50s, it was definitely in the country. And it was very much like very earthy, very natural. You know, they set him on a better path. And I think that was really where my dad learned to love to cook. You know, he really enjoyed that. He enjoyed being out in nature, being out in the yard. And so that was really a big thing for him. Simple pleasures. My dad did not need a lot of money or stuff to be happy. It's, you know, an incredible gift to have that kind of energy. But I do feel like, yeah, there you go, David. That's it. You know, your mom, the grandparents, they can really give you a better, you know, better vision for life. And I think I know for sure. I wish I could have met them. That would have been my great grandparents. That would have been my great grandparents. I never met them. They had died before I was born, of course. But he has a picture of them. I'll share that sometime. He had a picture of the two of them by his bed his whole life. It's still sitting up there. Because they were such a big deal to him. And when we made the decision, my dad did not want to be cremated. He was very, very, like, set on that. He was like, I want to be buried. Get me. I remember him joking about he wanted a John Wayne funeral, like in the old Westerns, you know, where they put him in like a rough pine box. He's like, just put me in an old pine box like in the Westerns and bury me. So we had to make a decision because we had two different burial plots to choose between. And in one of them was his mother and his brother and sister. And in the other one was his grandparents. And I said, put him in with the grandparents. That's where his heart was. Those were the people that he thought about and talked about like every day. So that's actually where his burial site is next to his grandparents, because that was just like, that's his heart was with them. I feel like they were the people that just made things better for him. Yeah. 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 It can be tough. And I'm actually, it's kind of amazing that my parents didn't have more psychological issues than they did from the fact of both of them having a tough life. My mom's dad was pretty solid, but her mother was not at all. And they were both had trouble with alcohol. We got some West Coasters here, Leslie. We definitely do. We actually have a good number of folks in California, Washington, Oregon. We do. We have a good many. It's surprising. We do have a lot of people down in the South and on the East Coast. And see, my mom is from Baltimore. That's where my Baltimore connection comes from. That's where she was from. And so she moved from Baltimore to Atlanta when she was about 19. And she met my dad when she was 25. And he was working part-time at the Super X drugstore. And he was ringing her up. And that's how they met. And she said she would go there because she was working at the Atlanta phone company. And she would go in there every day to get her Mr. Good bar. That was her candy bar, was the chocolate and peanuts. That's such a Capricorn thing. She'd get that one of those each day. And she'd go in there and he'd be in there. And she said he was so funny, like the way he would talk to her, the way that, you know, she said when he would put the change in her hand, he had this funny little way of like doing it and then like sliding his finger. It was some little funny thing that he would do. And he asked her out 5 times before she finally said yes. Because my mom was very cute. Oh, she was a hottie. She's still a hottie, but she was really a hottie when she was young. And she had lots of guys interested in her. She was dating a lot of different people, and she wasn't sure. And so, you know, my dad would always ask her out. And she said, you know, she finally did. And he said, you know, he said, I decided I'd ask her out one more time. And if she said no, I was just going to let her be. And he said, but finally she said yes. And so the first dinner that he cooked for her was the fried chicken. It was fried chicken and corn and potatoes, and he fixed her this big dinner. And she said it was like, she said no other guy did that kind of stuff. And she said there was one day, she said she'll never forget, where she was having kind of a sad day and she wasn't feeling so happy. And so he came over, and this is my dad straight up. He brought her a newspaper and a whole lemon meringue pie from this restaurant called the Colonnade, which made really good pies. They're still around. They've been in business since 1927. And so that was my dad, though, because I said, that's so hilarious, because he brought you what would cheer him up. It was a pie and a newspaper. Because he always read newspaper every day. And so that's what he brought her, was a lemon meringue pie and a newspaper. And so I just absolutely love that. I love that he did that. And they dated for 5 years. They went out for 5 years before that they finally got engaged. It took a long time. They had a long courtship. And she said, for a lot of that, it was more casual, and that, she was dating other people. She was still, she said, but the thing that she said really made up her mind about my dad is that he made her laugh. She said anytime she was down, and my mom was down a lot, she's a Capricorn, and Capricorns, we get blue. And she said, every time he would bring her up, like, he just always had a way to make her laugh, always knew how to make her smile, always made her feel better. And she said that was what made the decision. She said, this is the one. And she said she could tell him anything. She said, I could tell him everything. I could totally be myself. I didn't have to fake anything. I could just totally be me around Jack. She said there was no feeling like I had to put on anything, She said he wasn't the cutest guy. She said, but he was the best guy. She said there were other guys she had dated that were a lot more like classically handsome, she said, but she said there was just no one like Jack. There was no one like Jack. Oh, Leslie, come out here. I'll cook you a real fried chicken a la snake. Chicken a la snake. My snake dad. That was him with his fried chicken. He was so good at it. And when my buddy Sam came through a couple weeks ago for a weekend, I fixed him up a full chicken dinner, and he was like this. Oh, he was in heaven. He was happy. I know how to cook a chicken. Yep. That's the stuff. That's the stuff. It's not expensive food to fix, right? And that's what it is. And the funny thing is, here's a real funny thing. My mom being such a Capricorn and somebody who always wants to eat healthy, she got my dad to start cooking his food healthier. So I grew up, he started doing it this way. And I grew up with taking the skin off of the chicken before you fry it, because that's where all the fats are. That's where all the bad stuff is. A lot of people are blown away by that I don't fry my chicken with skin on it. But I grew up with my dad doing it like that. And the other thing that he would never do is put, like, a lot of people will put pork or pork fat or something in your collards or your black eyed peas, and he didn't do that either. And I remember when I was cooking, my friend Sam was like, because he's Southern too, and he's like, what's it going to taste like if you don't put the pork in it? I said, it's going to taste like collard greens. And so I grew up with it like that. And it's very healthy, and it's very fresh and flavorful and good. And so, yeah, like, I grew up cooking Southern food, like, in a much, like, healthier way. It's still fried chicken, so it's not like a complete health food, but it's a lot healthier if you take the skin off of it. And to me, it's just good, if not better, because it doesn't leave you with that heavy, oily feeling. A rooster follows you around. I bet he follows you around. in a way that's a little bit true, Leslie. I feel like, you know, well, I think it's that way with any regional food, no matter what it is. If you grow up with it, like it ingrains itself like into your consciousness deeper. Like me and my sister both cook that food really well because we grew up with it, you know. Whenever my dad would cook chicken and all the stuff, it was a party. It was a good time. And he always was so happy doing it. It was like, it made you want to help out. It made you want to help out in the kitchen. It made you want to be there, you know? And so, that I think is so important. I always say, like, that's a big thing for me. If you don't have enough time to cook food and be in the kitchen at least a little bit each day, you gotta reprioritize. I never want to get to the point where I'm so busy that I don't have time to cook real food. That's depressing to me, is people that don't get time to cook real food or don't know how or haven't learned how. Because to me, it's such like grounding experience, and it's so good for you. So good to cook your own food. It's really important. Yeah. Start slowly but surely. I'm always learning new dishes. I'm always learning a lot of like, different stuff. Yeah. Yeah. I recommend it. There's a lot of, and I follow directions well. That's one thing, which is good. You're so funny, Mark. That's my friend Jeff too. He's like, I can make amazing sandwiches. I was like, hey, don't undercut a good sandwich. My dad worked in a deli for years, and boy, he could make a sandwich. Oh, man. Yeah. My dad was so funny. That brings up another memory. There was a time we would go out for sandwiches a fair amount, and he went in there once with me, and it was like a new place we hadn't tried before, and my dad steps up to the counter and he says, how are your sandwich making skills? He says, because me and my daughter here, we're professional sandwich eaters. I was like, Dad, stop. You're gonna pull this pressure on him. He's like, we're professional sandwich eaters, so, we're a little demanding. I was like, oh no. I was like, he's gonna tell him how to make this sandwich, isn't he? And if my dad was concerned about the guy making the sandwich, he'd get all up on him and say, he's like, now put it right here. He's like, and when you put the tomatoes, he's like, only the center slices. He's like, cut out the little middles if they're hard. You don't want to eat that. He was picky about his food. My dad was crazy picky. Like, he loved the things he loved, but boy, there were certain things he just would not eat. Certain things he wouldn't, it's like, or if you cooked them the wrong way, he wouldn't eat. Oh my gosh, he was a tough customer there. This is so many things that he would get on that were so funny. Go ahead. Well, if you get a guy like my dad, you'll be in good shape. You'll be in good shape. If you get a guy like my dad likes to cook. Yep. And on that note, I am gonna go and fix my food. I'm gonna go fix something to eat myself here. Always fun. Oh, David, there's great cookbooks and great like recipes out there. Take it slow but sure, I swear to goodness, at some point, guys, I really want to do like a cooking with the dragon thing where I fix like some simple basics that I like and help teach people to cook. Anybody out there that wants like cooking tips? I really want to do some cooking with the dragon. Yeah. I might even wear a silly chef's hat or something for it, for real. Cooking with sassafras. Do 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 do. Yep. We gotta do a Cooking with Dragons show. It would be so much fun. Ooh, going fishing sounds good. I would love to learn how to fish. That's something I've never learned how to do, David. I would love to learn how to fish. I would totally do it. That's a good skill. That's a good life skill there. All right, guys. Well, have a wonderful night. Thank you so much for joining me for this awesome new moon. So let's get going. I'll be back with you on Friday night. That'll be our love readings. And don't forget Thursday, we have our Jupiter shift. Yeah. Yeah, fishing is great. That sounds amazing. Yeah. I definitely like to cook it. I do like to cook fish. Tilapia, salmon. Yeah. Love to cook it. All right, guys. Take care. Have a wonderful night, everyone. Thank you so much yet again. And we'll be hanging out again soon. Yes, we will. It's so hard for me to break away because I love talking to you guys. I do. It's super fun. Write down those lists, everyone. Write down the things you want to manifest. Set those intentions. Especially this next couple days up to the next 2 weeks. Really good time for it. Perfect timing for it. All right, y'all. Take care. Have a good night, and I'll see you soon. Best wishes.